I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey, and this is day 3. Wait, why does it say day 3? This is round 3 of the 2025 Carcassonne World Team Online Championships. Oh my god, I got the order wrong. Anyway, you know what it is. It is the World Cup of Carcassonne, and we have an extremely eventful day today as most of the matches got scheduled for Sunday. So, in 3 minutes, we'll be kicking off with Malaysia versus Netherlands. That is a bit of a warm-up for our watching. There's not going to be a lot of intrigue in that match because Netherlands is indeed much stronger. Now, maybe like 10% chance for Malaysia to deliver an upset, but we'll still... There's going to be some interesting games to watch, and Malaysia will be fighting for tiebreakers in individual duels. Perhaps dreaming of that sweet upset. We're going to do a preview of that match a little bit later. After this, Spain versus Vietnam. The stakes are much higher for this one in Group F. Note that Vietnam, who only joined in 2024, this year they managed to win in the first game against Argentina, whom I perceive to be the strongest team in Group F, but I was proven wrong. Then later we have... what do we have? Oh yeah, Portugal versus Thailand. That's our main event of the day, and particular a duel between two masters, between Glavier and Paksh. So this is our plan, and for that one I'm bringing a special guest as well. And we'll finish off with the final moments of Germany versus Uruguay. Then there's going to be a 1.5 hour break. And then in a separate stream, I'm also going to cover the last match of the week. Brazil versus France, also in Group F. So that's the plan. And in about a minute, we're going to start. So for a little preview... You see all the lineups on the screen in several different sources. Now, interesting from the Dutch side, they've lined up pretty much their best, which is quite interesting. So they must be really desperate to get themselves the first win. Same for Malaysia. And they've lined up their two masters on table 1, Patrick Becken with the screen named Bexy, who will be following against the player with the screen name J14, who's apparently into Roman numerals, and on table 2 also Zwali with that Gert Versteeg against Ernest Chia. Some other interesting games may happen on table 5 again between Ivan Bell and Logan Ganesh of Malaysia. So we're going to start with table 1, and as you can see, Bexy is rated 563 at the moment, but they had crossed the 700 threshold, whereas J14 is rated around 300, but I've seen them play. I think that their actual level of the moves that they're making is considerably higher than that. And of course, in Carcassonne, tile draws also make some sort of a difference, so you never know. So in about half a minute, we're going to start. It is already 1300 UTC precisely. Wait, what? Yeah, there we go. Just checking the chat settings. Okay, this is a bit interesting. This is not starting for a while. I wonder why that is. Yeah, in the meantime, you can see some of Patrick's achievement, most notably 3rd at the 2023 World Championship, where I was also present, but for some reason, we're never crossed path at a table. Okay, there we go. Finally, we're starting. Both players are exchanging pleasantries in the chat. And away we go. Alexey is playing his signature yellow meeples. J14 with, I'm not sure if his signature, but blue meeples to respond. And already we see a bit of an unorthodox move. So normally, in response to this opening, blue would meeple this road here. So now blue is a little bit behind as the first city tile has been drawn. The first city has been completed for yellow. Then blue is building on the right here. Just a tad behind. Oh, this one's interesting. I think this is just over-prioritizing blocking a little bit. There was a chance to take a 4-point road, and man, a 4-point road is really, really a lot. Yeah, so one thing that we can talk about a little bit. So we know that Netherlands is much stronger, but how should Malaysia go about trying to deliver the upset? And one of the things that I would recommend if you're playing against a much, much stronger player is that you got to play riskier. You got to be more aggressive on the points than on blocking, more than usual. And then you got to be less concerned about defense, less concerned about protecting your meeples, well, except for extreme circumstances, and just really go for points. Or, you know, you create a lot of variance in the game. You create, for example, monastery spots. Just as this guy, just as the blue meeple is going to be placed over here, I presume, or over here, actually, both are legit spots. They have their pros and cons. Maybe this one is a little bit safer. Yeah, this will also make sense. It's 6 points, and then the plan is, of course, to get a straight line and go over here. But Patrick, interestingly, I think he's going to take, yeah, he wants for this road, which I don't think is the best move at all. A bit more precise was to go here, or even here. But now, there we go. Blue is getting his monasteries, and partially at least following the advice that I was going to give, is that you really want to create chaos on the board. Maybe you want to create a big city or a big field or something big to fight for, so that your opponent cannot outmaneuver you. Okay, that's a very interesting use of a shielded tile. I guess Patrick decides that it's important to have this field early on. So 4-point sacrifice for that, although it turns out to be a little bit less, because he's now picked up that empty, juicy shielded tile regardless. And now for J14, there are some interesting options available. So it is super enticing to go here. Yeah, and he does this and wait for another monastery. He was just a bit more precise to go here, but the 6 points might have been a little bit stronger just to not allow this road. Because it's 6 points. It's just so good. And I think with these monasteries, they're of course fantastic. But it's going to be a bit of a wait until you can get this one of the 3 remaining regular monasteries, right? And if you do now something like this, which is tempting, then you're subjecting 3 monasteries to a block. And then that would be a bit too game-losing to my taste. And so this also this was the reason why it was more precise to place this blue monastery over here, so that blue can safely continue his city at the top without worrying about the security of the monasteries. Okay, there we go. Quite an advanced move here from blue. Trying to control yellow's road with his city, now doing a little bit of blocking where it's actually kind of justified. So overall, it's in relatively even position. And it kind of depends on the timing of the thing. So if only J14 can draw a monastery soon enough, then blue's going to have a bit of an advantage. If not, then it seems that yellow should be able to press with his long-term meeple advantage, or at least temporary meeple advantage. Yeah, yellow has a lot of these roads, but they all are pretty long and serve different purposes. Now this city, this monstrosity, is about to get finished, and not a great tile for J14, even though it's, of course, it's a tile that he normally would like. It is statistically the second most useful tile in the entire base game set, but not quite what he needs. Well, this is actually something more than what he needs. Presumably some sort of blocking move is going to happen here. Yeah, the Malaysian player is really prioritizing blocking in this game. And so far it is paying off. At the very least, Alexey hasn't finished the big city just yet. Hi Devaka, hi Elias, hi Glavier, hi Sergio. Oh, look at this, a starting tile for blue, and JX managed to complete his city. That's a very neat city building technique right there. So you kind of use your opponent's road as a buffer, and then you build around, and then you fill the square the last moments. Yeah, actually, that's quite impressive game knowledge there for somebody who's technically rated under 300. And yeah, I kind of forgot about one thing, that blue could finish the monasteries with a city cap, which is exactly what he did. Now he also finishes another city cap. This city is vulnerable, but not by much. Well, maybe now it's a bit more vulnerable. Although Bexley doesn't care much about blocking, he just wants to build his own cities. And okay, now we have the first mistake of the game, the first really big mistake of the game by JX. With 23 points ahead and 4 meeples on the board, there is really no justification to leave this empty. Just share the city. Don't allow your opponent to get to Dorito and create a big threat. Like, what are you hoarding the meeples for, my friend? So blue does have a bit of an advantage, but not by much, because these 23 points, the extra 23 points, are compensated by this 6-point road over here, and this 5-point road over here, and this city which is about to finish. Okay. Yeah, this is a rather painful block, and JX is not counting tiles because he thinks that there must be still a tile remaining to fit into the square, but in fact there isn't. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 starting tiles are on the board. And by the way, one tip about tile counting, it's typically hard when 2 of the same tiles are nearby. And I assume this is why blue is thinking that there's still one blue tile, that there's still one starting tile remaining. Anyway, so blue finishes a city on the left, and now yellow still has a bunch of threats. So, for example, blue, I think, missed the chance to fully block this here meeple, which I think would have been nice. Bexley finishes a long row, chooses not to meeple a field. Okay, now, JX. Go here and block. Or, not quite. An imprecise block, sadly. Yeah, and this just makes me think that he really thinks there must be a starting tile, because if only he would just slow down a little bit and do this, this meeple will be permanently blocked, and now it's just scoring so much more. And technically, this city is still viable. It could be completed. Anyway, but it's a great tile now for J14. It's very versatile. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You can even drop a farmer there. That's not crazy. Wow, that's actually a very nice vision. And the reason why you can drop this 3-point farmer here is precisely because of this monastery. This field is going to become a 9-point field soon enough. There's still no justification to not meeple that monastery. And a quick point tile for JX. Maybe here to put some pressure, maybe here to gain some extra points, but not, definitely not here. Decisively not here, very sadly. I mean, I can understand the hustle. I can understand the will to invade his opponent's city, but it's just so unbelievably easily blockable right now. For example, Bexley can go over here and make sure that nothing fits into the square because all 8 big tiles have gone out. That's a pretty easy calculation for a player of this level. And yeah, now looks like the position is turning around a bit. These 18 points on the scoreboard are just not enough to compensate for all of the fields, all of the extra cities. And J14 now needs to hustle a little bit. Elias is saying that at the rating of 291, it's possible they don't know the tiles. I don't think so. I think, like, if you play a couple hundred games, it's very easy to pick up the number of each tiles, because there's only 19 types, really. It's not a lot. I used to empathize a lot with, like, newer players having to learn, oh, there are 19 different tiles, but then I started playing some other games, like competitive Scrabble, where you need to learn 2,000 words to make the game like remotely enjoyable. Well, okay, that's a bit of a stretch, but like to be at all competitive, and people still do it. People still do it actually quite quickly and eagerly. So really, Carcassonne's pretty easy in terms of tile counting. There are only 19 types. It takes a couple dozen games. So I think they know this. I think it's possible that they're either miscounting or just not counting. And yeah, and honestly, I felt like this would have been a one position for them if they just knew the tile numbers. In the meantime, the field of Bex is getting developed. The Dutchman is only 4 points behind on the scoreboard. It's going to be reasonably close. As you see now, JX decided to, I think, start fighting for the farm. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a farmer there. It might be a tad too late, but not impossible. So, for example, Bexay probably now needs to find this move, I guess. Yeah, exactly. This is really smart. And the idea, of course, that we can't use this tile for quick points because the opponent is threatening the biggest threat in Carcassonne, finishing the city and dropping a farmer. Yeah, yellow is playing really precisely. And even a monastery cluster could not save poor J14. Elias is saying, I still don't know the Scrabble tiles. But actually, Scrabble players tend to not memorize tiles. Oh, obviously, well, you do memorize them automatically. Because tracking on paper is allowed and encouraged. So this is how the two games differ quite a lot. So in Scrabble, you would get 25 minutes per game instead of 15. And everybody has a pre-printed tracking sheet. Well, I don't have right now with me. I would need to walk a few meters to the other side of the room. Yeah, where you have like all the tiles, and then as soon as you play a word, you just like cross the respective letters. And then it's easy to calculate. And honestly, I wouldn't mind something like this being available for Carcassonne competitions, or at least for some Carcassonne competitions. It could certainly make the path into the game a little bit easier for newer players. So we see that blue now successfully invades the field. The problem is that they're doing so with only one meeple, right? So there's this guy, but there are two yellow guys waiting as bouncers at a shady nightclub. They're not going to let him in. Well, they're going to maybe let him in, but then they're not going to let him have a good time. Bexy also with the 6-point monastery, just cruising really, really well. Yeah, but credit to J14, who's now thinking about the endgame, maybe just a tad too... Wait, is that too late? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey! Is there a straight line remaining? Wait, 1, 2... And you know why I'm thinking about a straight line? 4, 5... Is because of a field invasion. We can go like this and drop a farmer like this and connect like this to the farm. Now that would be a worthwhile endeavor for 18 points, but he does not find it. Instead, he takes 1 point for a city, of course, 4 points in his opponent's field. Bexay now gets a yummy, yummy 8-point road. Well, at least J14 can be safe in knowing that the invasion would not have succeeded, because he didn't draw a straight line. Actually, if only he were to draw the same daggers but in reverse order, for example, this, he could have also invaded like this for 17 points instead of 18, because he would be accidentally building up Bexy's monastery. So 3-pointer for J14, that's just quite precise. There isn't really anything else that they could have done. And this is going to be a victory for Bexy. Also, I must have mistracked the tiles because I still don't see where that straight line is remaining. Ah, yeah, okay, I see. You know, like, there's this area of the board where the straight lines are together with all the starting tiles, and that is kind of confusing. But the suggestion that I was saying, it didn't really work. So I was just bemoaning how J14 made a tile counting mistake, and then I responded in kind. And interestingly, it's not like that big of a difference. The difference is just one field. So if J14 were to invade, he would lose by only 3 points, which of course still counts as a loss. Yeah, so exciting game, very, very open. Nice monastery cluster here. I think if JX were just a bit more precise here and placed this monastery like this, he could have saved his city meeple and just gotten a larger number of points overall. And then a couple of small things, all really related to tile counting, like not invading this city over here, and then accidentally helping yellow with his road and losing a meeple. This is what gave Patrick too many meeples in hand, enough so that he could place one on a 9-point monastery and get some meeples back, and it was all downhill for the Malaysian from there. Alrighty, so round 2 it is. And Bexy, the starting player again, certainly does not get to complain about his draws. 4 points already for a city cap. J14 with a nice 5-point road. And a rather annoying tile for Bexy. He has to build up his cities in an awkward way. Jay is going to harass him a little bit. Yeah, this city does not really get completed very often, but a quick point tile for the Dutchman certainly is going to help his scoreboard. It's 7 versus 0. JX, very aggressive, does not finish his road. Instead, takes 2 points and tries to put additional pressure on the square. I like that. But the first monastery this game goes to Bexy instead. 4 points, now 5 points. Great positioning. Continues his city at the bottom, improving the quality of this here square. Also untangling from a potentially unpleasant situation. Yeah, and this is the thing that we see with JX. I think this sort of block is something that is to be avoided, really, because, yeah, there are only 2 tiles that are remaining to fit into the square, but unless you follow up, like right now, for example, then eventually, most of the time, Bexy is going to draw those tiles, and all you're doing over here is just building the city for your opponent. And Bexy is doing now really, really well on the scoreboard. Yeah, J was about to block B's monastery. But yellow covers up and also meeples a new city. Finally, an 8-point city completed for J14, and also the monastery now becomes slightly more vulnerable. There are ideas like this always, of course. The L formation like this is very dangerous, according to the Catalan Carcassonne Player's Guide. That's a nice tile here for J, but it's not very easy to prioritize. For example, I guess a natural move. Oh, nice. Nice. A natural move is to do like this and try and defend that city. And now Patrick has a decision over here. Like, do you bother defending? And I think that was a mistake. You can't blame him necessarily, but I think you just don't bother defending this. Because you have a relatively dangerous situation over here. And from Patrick's perspective, if you just do something like this and then get another monastery, then you consolidate in this area and have gotten so many points that this blocked city is not a problem. And also, like, this city, it's not going to score that much. Okay, so if Bexay takes these 2 points, then Jay is just going to invade. Yeah, but sadly, that was a big, big miss by the Malaysian player, because the whole point of creating this platform is, of course, using this tile to take 2 points and actually try and set up this block. But now Patrick gets himself a second monastery, which was preventable, and now this here position is just fantastic. I think that yellow's position is very difficult to lose, even against a player rated 800 and above. Because he has 8 points extra on the scoreboard, another monastery waiting to happen, a city which is going to be a threat. So from JQ's perspective, I think the most reasonable approach, and we have a third monastery, yikes! Of course, JX now trying to block up a little bit, but it does not really work necessarily, and Patrick does get his beautiful horse tile. Now, of course, Jay is going to have to invade, because this city is turning into something tangible. But you know what? Oh, I can't understand this move at all. Definitely an invasion is in order over here, because that city is more dangerous than it may seem. And also, one thing that you're going to do, because you see behind on the scoreboard, your opponent has all these monasteries, and one thing that blue has going for him is the meeple advantage. And one way to put these meeples to good use is to try and create a big city to fight for. And in fact, in situations like this, where your opponent just has a lot of monasteries or just a lot of points, a big lead, then creating a big city, snatching it from your opponent and finishing it is very often the way to go. It is unlikely to occur, but if it does occur, for example, if you draw a sequence of city tiles and your opponent draws a sequence of road tiles, there's really not a lot that your opponent can do. But let's see, maybe JX is trying to be extra efficient, so I can definitely see the logic. He kind of sees these two shielded tiles and wants to build this rose at the bottom, which also makes sense. And then with non-shielded tiles, he's going to go for invasion, just trying to be extra efficient. In the meantime, 15 points on the scoreboard and 2 monasteries is a obscene advantage. Okay, now we have an invasion from JX. The problem is that this invasion is traveling through Bexy's monastery. So he's going to be helping out Bexy's monastery whilst doing so. But maybe it doesn't matter if he actually gets to complete the city. So how about we go here now when we try to go bam, 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 bam. And I'm pretty sure that there are still tiles remaining to accomplish all this. Okay, first of all, taking out 4 points makes sense as well. But Bexy with a wonderful Dorito finishes the monastery and also threatening yet another city. So, yeah, but Jay is not invading. And I can understand him because you really want to finish that Rose city. But this here thing is so dangerous. Okay, so the city's being equalized. Now there's still a platform here to re-invade. But Bexy gets the 5th monastery. Actually, we might be very close to a weekly record. Okay, finally, JX, you have to go for the big ruin. There's not a choice. No, man, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Just ignoring everything. Ignoring this ruin and ignoring this ruin. Yeah, I'm really surprised about this. Why not just take 20 points up for grabs. Although the idea with the rose-shaped city at the bottom, no, rhombus-shaped city at the bottom works pretty well. And now we also see another problem with Jay's move is because his opponent can use the platform, can use the invasion platform that he wouldn't use. And now Yellow's going to have that obscene city all to himself. If you're a player yourself and if you're looking to improve your game, then one thing to prioritize is just like look at what your opponent doing. Look at the threats of the position. So for example, this here city was about to finish for several turns. Something could have been done about this. Obviously, this invasion platform is also a threat in the position. So just as long as you're reacting to threats in one way or another, even if your prioritization is not perfect, you're going to achieve solid results. So, JX with a monastery. Presumably 5 points here. 5 points here, sorry. Then later hoping to get something like a curve and drop a 6-point farmer. 5 points here are also possible, and then trying to continue his road. Instead he goes for 5 points over here, which also makes sense. Really at this point you gotta take all the points that you can get. In the meantime, on table 5 we have Logan Ganesh actually winning against Ivan Bell. So we want to look into that. So what is J14 going to do here? Now Patrick starts a 6-point field at the bottom, which is his highest scoring move. We could take 3 points over here, or if there's a straight line remaining, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, there isn't. But if there were a straight line remaining, we could go here, drop a farmer, and invade that field whilst also completing a long road. None of that is going to work. Another thing we could do is we could just finish one of our roads like this. And not that we really need the meeple for anything. We might just as well meeple a 3-point field straight away. Right, let's see what the Malaysian player decides here. Oh, yeah, Elias is pointing in the chat that J14 got a monastery. And that is actually kind of unfortunate because I thought that Patrick was going to set a record. Look at this. Just look at this. 45 monastery points and 5 meeples back. This is just incredible. Incredible efficiency. And it looks very, very lucky, but it isn't that much because these monasteries were preventable, especially over here. It was possible to kill off the monastery spot. And I have improved my game a lot in like November, December 2024, especially when I started paying special attention to monastery spots in the opening, just managing the shape of the board. Oh, there is a straight line. So look at this. Last game, I thought there wasn't a straight line. No, there was a straight line, but there isn't. In this game, I thought there wasn't a straight line, but there is, which also makes this move by JQ actually kind of really smart. The only problem is that the farmer's on the wrong side, so he's trying to invade the big field, maybe either not realizing that it's already occupied by 2 meeples like last time, or maybe planning to finish his road and then later drop a second meeple to equalize. I remember in my first ever Latvian championship in 2011, I didn't fully know the rules. So I learned the rules only like by round 3 or something. And I didn't know that you could not only share, but also take away features from one another. So I was kind of surprised. Why is my opponent spending 2 meeples in a road? And he like took away an 11 points from me. And then he... yeah, I even remember who this was. It was Udisrapa, who is no longer playing competitively, I believe. at the time like 4 times Latvian champion or something like this. And yeah, he finished an 11-point road. He started counting his points, and I also eagerly started counting my points. And he goes, "Well, I have 2 meeples on that road, and you have only 1." And I was that, "Oh, that's how this game works. Okay, that makes sense. It makes sense for this rule to have it." And then after this, in the remaining rounds, I did much better. And in the next year, in 2012, took down my first ever national title. Hi, Elena. Of course, we're gonna have plenty of those videos live, so feel free to join whenever. The last tiles are played in this duel. Bexy's gonna win this one by a big margin, still trying to be precise in the endgame. Well, I guess if you want to be precise, then 4 points for road is the maximum that I see. Oh, I guess no, there's still gonna be a couple more tiles, maybe here, taking 2 points. Yeah, finishing the road, starting a city. Also note that yellow did manage to invade this big 16-point city, I believe, so this score is gonna be massive. But very nice precision here from Patrick. Instead of finishing his road, he simply prevents JX from finishing his city at the top. So you can clearly see who is keeping a mental tally of all the tiles. Yeah, what is Jay gonna do? I guess if you care about the point difference, you could do something like this, hoping to finish this city in one of your fields, or maybe doing something like this and then trying to get something like a curve and expand your field for 3 more points, or also 1 monastery point makes a lot of sense as well. Bexy is gonna score 4 over here. Really not much better to do. Or you never know, maybe Patrick is going to follow the best Dutch traditions and lose on time on his last move. This is, of course, referencing the extremely painful defeat against Team Czechia. So what's going to be the score difference? Yeah, just under 50, that sounds about right. So for Bexy, 2 quick wins and a point to the joint team effort, and for J14, a lesson from a Dutch master in tile counting, prioritization, field management, and stuff like this. Alrighty, now we go to our next duel, which is between Ivan Bell and Logan Ganesh. So these guys are playing their second game, I believe. And Logan is ahead on the scoreboard at the very least. Now, Ivan has a lot of other stuff going on, and Ivan has the field and a big city as well. I'm not sure who wins here. It actually looks pretty good for Ivan. He has so much stuff. Like, he has the field, he has the monasteries, he has a big ruin. It's just incredible. It's gonna be pretty close. But the Dutchman should take this one down, despite what the scoreboard says. Elena is saying, Alexey, please do a video on recommendations for tournaments or how to adapt your gameplay to turn-based game. I'd happy to do one on tournaments. And in fact, my last 2 videos was about my performance at the Mind Sports Olympiad, which is a tournament. For turn-based games, I don't have that much recommendations because I very rarely play turn-based games. And also because I don't necessarily like them because they're just so time-consuming. It's just like very difficult to do something else with my life because I don't have the kind of discipline like if I'm working from home and doing something and knowing that I have a table open to not just go and make a move. And if it's a complicated position, I start thinking for ages. But I'll think about that. So Ivan wins against Logan, equalizes the series. It's 1-1. We're now headed to a decider for which we're going to have undivided attention in the next 30 minutes or so. And Logan here is the starting player. He gets the first monastery and the first city points. So already a great start for the Malaysian. Are we going to have an upset on board 5? Oh, what? Craft Giraffe is saying he could have equalized the field with his second to last tile? What? Yeah, I was kind of assuming that he was toast, but apparently there were some winning chances for Logan Ganesh. So let's see. Ivana also takes 4 points, but gives back a volatile monastery spot over here for 6 points, which typically benefits the side that is low rated because it's a very easy position with variance. But actually, this year monastery spot benefits Ivan. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Who's going to get 2 meeples blocked soon enough? And honestly, it's not even like that horrible to get your meeple blocked in this position, but you really have to have a lot of knowledge to manage positions of block meeple like this. Yeah, so Logan cannot defend it. I was going to say he's going to even meeple a third city, but he doesn't. Instead, he kind of just passes up the tile. So it's a big, important spot here. Ivan does not take this city here, but also Logan missing an opportunity to place some meeple over here. Now, it's a very, very important and actually a very interesting, a very not difficult decision to have made. So Logan could have used this tile over here for 6 points in a meeple back and a wonderful road, but instead he figures that saving this is more important, and he's in fact is correct. Honestly, I'm not sure if I would have the kind of discipline to make that move. Still, both players are ignoring these beautiful shielded tiles. Well, when they'll somebody finally take them, Ivan now doesn't need to worry about the safety of his road anymore as Logan invades here. The position is still very good for green, but there's some additional factors. For example, yeah, there we go. This one. One of the factors that was gonna mention is who's gonna be the first to meeple this city, and it turns out to be the Malaysian. Another factor that I was gonna mention is whether this city makes it out alive. So this square is vulnerable in many ways. All Ivan needs to do is just draw a Dorito tile, perhaps, and limit this square to one of the 2 starting tiles. Yeah, thank you, Craft Giraffe, for spotting the field connection that previous game. I was just assumed that green was toast there, but apparently I was wrong. So I didn't even bother looking for field connection, and this move is interesting, but it's not good. Yeah, this move is actually pretty poor, unfortunately, from Ivan Bell. And I can understand the idea behind this move, because you see he wants to just separate the roads, also force Logan to use a crossroads, but Logan has still 4 crossroads available, so he's going to free up this meeple regardless. The fact that this road is now going to get unified with this other road is not such a big deal, because this road is 1 point, this road is 4 points with a 3-point difference. But a crossroads here creates a 5-point road that goes through Logan City. And it's likely that Logan is going to meeple that road because Ivan Bell does not actually have that many blocking options for this square. In fact, the only way how red could block green without blocking himself is getting the last splitter tile, which is a pretty unlikely occurrence. And Logan could get either one of the two starting tiles, or he could get one of the two remaining rose tiles. In the meantime, Logan finishes his road, starts a new monastery. It's a fantastic position for the Malaysian. Now, another monastery, but not a lot of meeples. He goes for the road, which is not a good move. The road is simply not that important. It was much better to place the meeple here for 6 points, because this road could get lost. And even if it doesn't get lost, even if you successfully connect, this road creates a big field. Something that definitely benefits Ivan, not only because Ivan is more experienced and better at playing fields, but also because objectively, like, Logan's position is not one which is conducive to having big fields, right? Because he has monasteries, he has meeples and unfinished projects, and because of the meeple minority that he's experiencing, he's not going to really be able to fight for the field. Instead, he creates the threat of completing a medium-sized and probably game-deciding city. So Ivan very promptly swoops in, trying to invade. Monastery point for green here. A very important crossroads for Logan to get himself a monastery meeple back and try to free up one of his roads. He's going to need at least one more crossroads to equalize the meeple count, but even now it is huge. And look at that scoreboard advantage, 22 extra points for green. So Ivan now connected to the city, which is a decent move, but another interesting alternative was actually trying to overrun this city and do something like this, just based on the fact how behind Ivan is on the scoreboard. Logan picks up the empty city cap. Ivan with a great tile to either go here or maybe here. Yeah, that's probably better, trying to invade Logan City here, but Logan's going to finish another one on the left. Really nothing to worry about for the Malaysian. And now what's the points advantage, the meeple advantage, everything, but a hugely important tile for Ivan. The last remaining starting tile has been used. It's so important. This city is still blockable though. For example, if a Dorito tile is drawn by Logan, he could go over here and block this permanently, but then with a rating of 250, does he even know about this sort of tactic? So I'll be very curious to find out. Now he has a straight line and he just simply continues the road, drops a 6-point farmer, which honestly is actually really good in this position. So when you're ahead and your opponent meepled the field, so your opponent kind of committed on this here field, right? I would be so curious if this tile weren't here to find out if Logan knows about this here blocking opportunity, using the fact that there's no starting tile remaining, but now we'll never know. Instead, he just goes for scoring. Going for one of the 3 remaining curves to finish a 4-point road, certainly move that makes sense. And really, if you just keep scoring, then it shouldn't be too hard to cruise towards victory. Yeah, but the thing why I like this farmer is because it is away from the main farm. So there's no risk of burning your meeples in a big field fight. And if you can just tip away 6-point farm here, 6-point farm somewhere on the left, maybe a 6-point monastery, incompleted or whatever, you finish one of your 2 roads, maybe like this meeple gets blocked or whatever, but you're still going to be doing just fine. There's still 3 tiles that fit into this square to finish that monastery, and regardless, it's already scoring 8 points. So a fantastic position for green here, which makes it more interesting because Ivan is the more experienced player. Like it's the player with all the skill, and in those matchups where players are unevenly rated, it's always interesting when the higher rated player is getting worse tiles. Because then it just makes them push themselves to the limit. What can they accomplish with the tiles that they can? Ivan with a hugely important monastery for 6 points, and also consolidates on the main field of the game. Now threatening to drop a bunch of city caps here and there. Logan finishes a road tile, does not meeple anything, and he now has 30 extra points and some meeples at hand. Ivan finishes a city on the left for a lot of points, namely 12. Quadruple city tile for Logan, and 2 interesting moves. So one option is to do something like this and just go for a bigger city. Another option was to go here and try to play against Ivan's city. Oh, look at this. Just as Ivan was trying to block, Logan gets the tile to get his meeple back, which honestly doesn't even matter that much. You know, 4 meeples, 5 meeples, like who cares? It's still an army. So Ivan with a shielded tile, and how exactly does he win this? I wonder if we need to start doing crazy things. So the normal move is just taking 2 points or something here, or here maybe to protect your city, but maybe he needs to do something crazier, like going here to just try to play with maximum efficiency and then hope to finish that tile later. This is an imprecision regardless. Now, the purpose of taking 2 points over here is actually something that makes sense. It is to make sure that Logan cannot develop his field, and it works instantly, because had Ivan placed this tile here, then Logan could have used this dagger like this to develop the field. So that's a move that accomplishes things. I'm just not sure that red can afford to be this subtle at this point. And look at this. Logan's just having fun here on the left, meepling this city for 3 points, which honestly is not a bad idea at all, because there are 2 tiles available to separate the cities and then finish an 8-point city, drop a farmer, and so on. And worst case scenario, okay, you get a triple city, or even Ivan could get a triple city, and Ivan could place the triple city himself just to prevent Logan from drawing one of the 2 remaining splitter tiles for an even greater disaster. And if that happens, then green's going to have like a 10-12 point ruin. Ivan, though, with a fantastic tile. Well, I'm not sure about fantastic, but it's a good tile. It's a city cap. So you probably finish your city and drop a farmer, really. And normally, if you're this far behind, you got to be worried about efficiency. So sometimes it might be good to not drop a farmer and then hope that your opponent invades, and then you reinvade again, so that you keep exactly a +1 meeple majority instead of 2. But this field is just too good. Like you gotta drop it, man. He's thinking about it, but if he's not gonna do it, it's such an easy invasion platform for Logan. It's just obscene. On the other hand, maybe if Logan does invade, there's some scenarios where green accidentally helps red's monastery after invading, and maybe we get a Dorito tile with which we can reinvade like this upon the completing of the city. Still, Ivan chose not to take any chances, which makes a lot of sense. Okay, finally we see Logan making defo a mistake. He goes for a 5-point road, which honestly makes sense, but leaving that city cap in his opponent's fields is not something that you want to do. An opportunity for Ivan to score very easy 7 points by just claiming this city cap. The last remaining triple city with the road should be a pretty easy move to go here and restrict this road option whilst collecting 2 points. An alternative is taking 2 points here, but why do that if you can do this? Yep, exactly. Also, we don't really need to worry about the growth of our field just because Logan gave us the city cap. Oh, now this is not a good move here by Logan. I guess he gets a little net gain, but his farmer is going to get eaten up. Or maybe not. Maybe not. That's interesting. It's certainly a very natural move. And now the city cap has been cleaned up, and this city cap was really the main hope for Ivan, who now draws another triple city. Is he gonna complete building his barricades, doing something like this? I don't think he should be worried about this farmer invading. If anything, he wants to do the opposite. He wants to go here, 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 and eat up this poor guy for 6 points. Now, this triple city tile, I wonder if it goes here, because nobody cancelled the splitter threat that Logan set up a little bit earlier. Yeah, but then also, Red is behind quite a lot. It looks like Red has a big field, but actually, because Logan already has 12 field points, 6 here and 6 here, and Ivan has 21 over here. So 6 cities on this field, and then this city is scored one more time by this little farmer. But then if these farmers are connected, then he only has 6 cities. Oh, 7 actually. 7, yeah. Oh, interesting. So Ivan just goes for scoring, and Logan gets himself the splitter tile. So maybe going for the save 75% was not such a bad idea. This just scores so much for the Malaysian, and this is why, loving that setup earlier on. Of course, it's a nice draw, but it was quite likely to occur at some point. So Logan is playing this one actually really well. I mean, he's also getting good tiles, of course, but there were some key decisions that he made. For example, saving his monastery where it was super tempting to finish this here city, going for a counter field instead of fighting for the main field. Yeah, that stuff has worked out for him so far. Ivan, of course, goes for an invasion. It's going to be very quickly neutralized by Logan, like this. Is he going to drop a farmer as well? He could, actually. Instead, he doesn't. He just leaves a 50-50 chance of this invasion getting completed, because there's still one curve that's fit into the square. No road monasteries, though. Triple city for Ivan. Yeah, that makes sense. Trying to invade some more, but I was wondering if going here was actually the better option, trying to bring 2 farmers with just 1. In the meantime, Logan's just scoring quick points, and the scoreboard lead of the Malaysian has achieved nearly 40 points. We're gonna be close to a record there, really. So what is Logan going to do? He's going to fight for the main field. That would be kind of fun. Oh no, he just fights for the secondary 6-point field. It really doesn't matter how that fight concludes. Ivan. Well, I guess he could lose on time in theory. Oh wait, if he loses on time, that's the same thing. That's just the best Dutch traditions of time management. Another city cap for Logan. Actually, after this game, I want to pause a little bit, because one way to measure luck in the game, if it's, of course, it's not an objective measure. Well, it could be an objective measure, but it's not easily quantifiable, because a lot depends on not which kind of tiles you draw, but when you draw them. But a big measure, important measure, is the number of city caps drawn. Because if your opponent gets something like 16 city caps or 15 city caps, it's really almost impossible to win. Well, not sure about impossible, but it's really, really hard. Like, But also it's very, very rare. I like to count up the distributions of tile caps, of city caps, after the game, and very often, like, it's within 3 out of the expected. So with 23 city caps or 22 city caps to be drawn, we expect roughly 11 per opponent. And I almost never see, like, over 14. It's quite easy to calculate those probabilities. I never really bothered to do that. But I wonder if this is one of these instances. Okay. So Ivan is now meepling a 6-point monastery, obviously here, I presume. Why not do just that? And Logan gets a monastery, but does he know that the move is here? No, he does not. So 3 points of spread are being squandered by the Malaysian. Not that is going to hurt him too much. And what a big upset. What an important jewel for Malaysia to get this point out of a player twice the rating of Logan. Certainly must feel good, for which we are. Congratulations, Team Malaysia. Oh, hi, Patrick. Congratulations on your jewel. We saw both games. Very convincing performance. And plus 23 win, and ultimately only 133 points, 134 points. It looks like it was like approaching 200 or something, but not really. Yeah, lots of very eventful things. But before we move to the next game, whatever that is, I'm just very curious. 1, 2, 3. I want to just check out who drew how many city caps. So that's 5 for green, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, 13. Okay, this was Ivan. 14. Okay, actually it's not that bad. It's 14 versus 10. So 14 city caps for Logan and 10 city caps for Ivan. So Logan drew like only 4 city caps more than his opponent. So it's within reason. Anyway, it's just something that I personally am curious about. And maybe like 1 or 2 of my viewers will. Alrighty, whom are we watching next? Is the match still going on? I hope it's still going on. So. We're having ourselves... Oh no, the match is over. So the Netherlands have successfully won. Bexy's Zwollywood, John Nordvik, Loose Goose have all swept their duels clean. And Logan was only the one to show resistance and win some tiebreakers for his team. So Team Netherlands now is doing quite well. Well, not quite well. They're still alive in the tournament. Before we move on to the next match, let's just have a very, very quick look. So their first win here with 3 matches played. They have 1 victory. And their tiebreaker is actually pretty decent, especially now that they've won so many games. So they're going to be in the positive tiebreaker. And wait, who do they have to play against? United States. Right. Yeah, I could see Netherlands qualifying. They just need to win the United States with a good tiebreaker. That's pretty much it. And also that's going to help them because... Wait. United States, right? Netherlands have played against Czechia and Japan. And now just with Malaysia. So the United States is the final Oh, it's 14 versus 8. Right, of course, I can't count. Yeah, thank you, Elias, for confirming. So 14 city caps, it is in fact quite a lot to draw. 14 against only 8 city caps for Yvonne Bell. That's quite the advantage. Anyway, so Netherlands still alive in the tournament. That's the verdict. Very important tiebreakers. And the thing is, like, if they win against the United States later, they will be not only improving their tiebreakers, but also making the tiebreakers of the United States a little bit worse. And of course, the US are still yet to play against Japan, and the presumption is that, of course, Japan is going to be a massive favorite there. So actually, things are looking quite okay for the Netherlands. Well, okay is a bit of a stretch, but certainly doable. Certainly still very much doable. All right, and because this match finished early, we can jump in straight to the next one with no loss. Vietnam versus Spain. So Group F, the match has started 2 minutes ago. I'm going to change the scoreboard quickly enough. And what are we having? So it's one of those groups where Team A wins Team B, wins Team C, wins Team D. So there's going to be a lot of tightness. Vietnam defeated Argentina. Argentina defeated Brazil. Brazil defeated Vietnam. No. Who did Brazil defeat? Oh, Brazil defeated Spain. Yes, of course. And that's why Spain has 0 wins, but they have a decent tiebreaker because they narrowly lost to Brazil, narrowly lost to France. And so in order for them to stay alive, they absolutely have to win against Vietnam. That's really the shtick here. Let's just have a look at the players a little bit. Or actually, first things first, scoreboard. Let me just do a little magic here. Let me just do this. Is this gonna work? Not really. Okay, it sort of does. I need to move around things a little bit. Actually, yeah, that was not that difficult. Let me maybe remove the Malaysia versus Netherlands results so that all our... I'm going to give you 5 seconds for all of our Dutch fans to just look at that 4 versus 1 and rejoice. 3, 2, 1. Alrighty, we're moving on. Wait, what am I doing? Let me just cut that a little bit. Alrighty, so Spain 0, Vietnam 0. A quick match preview here. Let me think for a second. Well, you have a few seconds to influence my decision. Portugal certainly would be an interesting player to watch, but I've already shown their games a little bit, and for starters, I want to... You know what? Let's just have a look at all the players. So Carnero is playing against Billy here. 674, very large rating. 433 for BII, which is decent. Taxi against Portugal. This is one where Vietnam is going to be favored. So, right, Spain is favored on table 1. Socanero, David Cobo is just way too strong. I mean, you never know what can happen in Carcassonne, but David is just too good. Wolf ran against King Kilodian. Now, that could be pretty interesting. King Kilodian still the favorite. Estroncio is also very fun to watch, but they're going to be the favorite regardless of who they're playing, despite their currently pretty low rating. So that is quite interesting. And then Mr. Destroyer, or Master Destroyer, last year's national champion, is going to play against Mung 0910. And let's see. Let's go for King Kilodian. Well, this looks actually already really, really painful for the Vietnamese player. So many meeples blocked. I really wonder how that happened. So the Spanish player with his blue meeples is really doing fantastically here and should probably convert this. So it's too early to call this position, but unless some miraculous draws occur, really blue should have this. They now have a 6-point city at the top, and they have a monastery cluster. Please stack, please stack. That would be the only correct move actually in this position with a lead like this. So here are the problems of for Wolfren. Black meeple is excellent choice of color, but this is where good things end for them. This blocked square, a very nice recognition of monasteries here. Very often players are a bit reluctant to meeple 3-point monasteries with 47 tiles remaining, but in reality they are getting built up very quickly. So you have a 2-point square here where you can get 2 points, 1 point per monastery, and here the same thing. And also, when you place something in this square, you would be also threatening a complete block of this here square with tempo. Speaking of this square, Wolfren not only has 2 of his meeples completely trapped over here, he also had a third meeple which is very, very close to trap, because due to these 2 dagger tiles already being on the board, there's now only 1 dagger tile remaining. So I guess the only way how Mr. Wolf here can stay competitive is if they draw the dagger tile like really soon, like within the next 5 moves, because then they'd be able to also draw a farmer, and they go for rather dangerous city. They're gonna get blocked again. Ouchie, ouchie. It's a pretty easy decision for King Collodion, and now it's also gonna be a Sophie's Choice block, because this here square and this here square need the same tile. But at least all is not lost, because just all Mr. Wolf needs to do is do something like this and try to invade that city and tie the fate of this block meeple together with this one, but it's not going to work. A huge tile for the blue guy, trying to build up a big city. And now plenty of options for Mr. King here. So, because both of cities are, because of the Sophie's Choice block, actually, from blue's perspective, we don't even need to spend any extra tiles to try and block that square, because we know that at least one of these meeples is not making it out alive. So 3 meeples are frozen at the very least. And that is an option. Well, that's a poor option, but that's an option. Yeah, it's actually a pretty poor move. The reason why it's not very good, well, it's because it's leaving this empty city cap for either point scoring or obstructing this big city here. And, oh, interesting how this spot had, how this monastery ended up being kind of useless, because there's nothing. Well, wait, it's not useless. At the very least, just go here. Yeah, at the very least, blue should have, black should have gone here, right? To try and get a crossroad tile and at least get some meeples back. Anyway, Wolfren's going to start a new city, which was precisely my concern with leaving that city cap open. And case in point, now this road Dorito no longer fits into the square. You know what? I mean, Wolf is still ahead on the scoreboard. I kind of want to stick with that game a little bit more, because again, with a lucky draw, something can happen. Oh, well, actually, it doesn't matter. Sure, I mean, black gets his 1 meeple block, but still the other one at the top is alive. 1 monastery point is added to black. Straight road for Mr. King. Presumably going here. Or just here is completely fine, either starting a new road or dropping a farmer, or just leaving it completely empty because your opponent doesn't have any meeples. Well, until now. Mr. Wolf's gonna finish their 6-point city. They also have an advantage on the clock a little bit. They're not gonna block this blue guy, in all likelihood. Unless Kinkelodian just really over-prioritizes defense, which they really shouldn't do. So the strongest move that I see is just ignoring this city. And going over here, you know, dropping a city cap in your soon-to-become field, meepling this road, threatening to take 4 points next to a monastery, and then dropping a farmer later on. So that would be the strongest, by far the strongest option available. But I can certainly see him doing some other moves as well. It's tempting to do something like this for some players. So you see that your square is about to get blocked, and then you want to go here. Ooh, defense, right? And there's still 3 tiles available to hit that square. The problem is that we'll be restricting your other square in the process, so we can't really do that. That's a fine move. It's not the strongest move, but it's an okay move. And maybe that's all that matters in a position like this. Actually, you know what? Maybe that's not all that matters. Because Mr. Wolf is still ahead, 12 points on the scoreboard. And if they do get the dagger, then I'm really not sure about their position. Also, that's quite a nice move from Wolf. I like it. So he does not block the... he does not block the city just yet, just because picking up these 4 points were very nice. And Wolf realizes that with just one meeple, their scoring opportunities are so few and far between that they gotta be just a bit more aggressive over here. So what does Mr. Wolf do? Yeah, honestly, that makes sense, just discarding the tile somewhat. Maybe there was a possibility to shape the board in a bit of a friendlier way. Maybe just dropping here, sort of killing off some green squares of the soon-to-become big field in this moment. But that's the problem of playing with one meeple. You don't have a lot of options. King Kilodian now is building up his monastery, and Wolfrun gets a straight line with which we can't really do nothing much, except for going here and getting my monastery point. But also, honestly, this is just fine. And another dagger, and again of the wrong kind. So King Kilodian drew 3 of these left-handed daggers in a row, whilst the right-handed dagger for this here city, or for this here city for that matter, still remains. Right, so now we gotta see a farmer. Yeah, these Iberian players know their stuff when it comes to meepling farmers with tempo. And finally, with the most efficient tile, Mr. Wolf successfully blocks Blue City. Now, Blue City is still gonna score 8 points, and Blue still has a fantastic position. But again, with a dagger, everything is possible. So much so, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull up something that I haven't used a long time ago. Just give me a second. Where is my critical tile graph? It's buried so far because I haven't used it in so long. Okay, this one? Yeah. Yes, there we go. So just so that y'all who are just joining know that this is what the game's about now. Okay, now I'm quite pleased with myself after this. So, King-Collodion Meeple's Monastery, which honestly is not bad. I'm not sure if that's the most strategically sound decision here. Maybe just 2 points were not that bad at all. Now Wolf manages to pick off an empty city cap. Some quick points for King-Collodion as well. Probably gonna take 2 points and drop the city cap in his farm. Still 3 curvy tiles, but you know what? If Wolf were to draw a couple tiles and then block this square, then we're going to be equal on meeples at the very least, and with some quick points, maybe there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. A slight imprecision from King-Collodion, like these 2 points certainly make sense, but then it also gives back a important road for Wolf. And now I really hope that Mr. Wolf here does not fall to the trap of this. This move is very tempting to take this counter field, and it's not necessarily wrong, but 4 points at the top are stronger, it would seem. Or you know what would be even stronger? Just press the Spanish opponent for time. Yeah, there we go, there we go. So he realizes the value of these quick points. Like, these quick points are so important when you're playing with just one meeple. Now the crossroad tile, but not the kind that Mr. King wants. Just taking 2 points there. Meeple Wizard is saying Mr. Wolf learned from Alexey to play with only meeples right from the beginning. Yeah, I do play these positions quite a lot, but I presume also it refers to a casual games that we played recently, where I did get my meeple blocked by Meeple Wizard very, very early and ended up losing that game, but narrowly. So positions with blocked meeples are playable if you have compensation, and Mr. Wolf did have some compensation. Oh, that's a fantastic tile, though, and a great move as well by Mr. King, making it harder to block that crucial monastery square. Because I think with a curve, he's going to get this meeple back, and it's going to be so good for the Spanish player. And also these 2 city caps are incredibly annoying to deal with. So as Mr. Wolf, I think you need to make a critical decision here. So before you even do anything, you gotta decide, can you win this game without the dagger? I think the answer is no. And since the answer is no, the best move, I believe, was to go here and try to block this monastery at the very least towards the same dagger that is needed by black, assuming that this dagger is going to be drawn by black. And also this would take out one of the city caps. You definitely don't want your opponent drawing 2 city caps and scoring easy 15 points in 2 moves. Can you imagine this? This is also one of the power of this move. It sets up some very high scoring opportunities, but just 2 quick points for Mr. King for now. -5 on the scoreboard, another triple city tile, another chance to block. And look at this, yeah, so for example, Mr. Wolf could have gone here on his last turn, and then here on the other turn. Now Mr. King's going to defend here with a straight line. And it's a move which he really should be playing much quicker, like with 3 minutes on the scoreboard. You're going to make these kind of moves almost instantly. And there we go! The critical tile has been drawn. Alrighty, it comes with a farmer, maybe without a farmer, it really doesn't matter this much. Eventually you want to take that field, so it becomes kind of interesting. And look at this, Poor Wolf Wren. If only he were to use this tile over here, then the city cap that fits into this square would not be usable. And look at this, it's an 8-point move, 4 points for the city, 3 points for the field, 1 point for the monastery, and it's also setting up a 5-point road, which is just ridiculous. Mr. Wolf is 9 points ahead on the scoreboard, but I don't think it's going to do that much for him. Also, now that I think of this farmer, it actually does not work that well, because there are barely any green squares. And there are several other 6-point fields, so there wasn't a lot of urgency. But it's a very natural move to make. Just drop a farmer upon completion. Yeah. Ay. And it's sometimes this is like quite painful to watch when, you know, an opponent is in a, like, somebody is in a bad position and they're trying to hustle through and hustle through and hustle through, and then they make one mistake, which makes one oversight, which makes all the difference. And look at this, like, King Collodian's going to win this with a big difference, but most of this big difference comes from these two tiles, which have not have been usable at all. So now King Collodian scored 6 points with this tile, 5 for the road, 1 for the monastery. So that's 8 plus 6. That is 14 in just 2 tiles. And if Wolf had made this move, if he were to have made this move, then instead he would have only scored 4 just for going over here and completing this. And this would also give back scoring opportunity here. So yeah, that is certainly quite unpleasant. Now King Collodian gets a curve as well to free up not 1, but 2 of these monasteries against something that would not have occurred. And now we're going to see that ginormous difference on the scoreboard. So what can Wolf Run do? Yeah, scoring 4 points makes sense. Maybe even farming there is not crazy, because just King Collodian's going to farm. King Collodian is going to farm immediately there for 9 points. Oh, and also leaving some scoring options as well. Wolf Run with 4 points for this here city, probably. He might also want to fight for this farm, but ideally you want to make this move with a Dorito if there is a Dorito in the deck, which I think there is. And another quick point tile for the Spaniard. Takes a 4-point shrine, which at this point really makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Mr. Wolf really doesn't have much going on. Or actually, no, I mean, I guess we can still fight for the main field. I'm pretty sure there's some Ninja Farmer available. I think there's one curve. Yeah, and if we go here, then we can try and connect like this. And then we hope that our opponent has a Dorito, maybe? But the problem is, if our opponent has a Dorito, which they do, then they're going to do something like this, and they're just going to score another 6 points. So instead, Wolf just drops a 6-point farmer. We have no chance to connect to the main field. So, let's figure out this here lack of a blocking tile eventually cost Wolfram 10 extra points in a meeple. 10 points in a meeple, right? At the very least, possibly even more. A meeple is worth 6 points at the very least on this board, possibly even more. So this here, so failing to block the square was a 16-point mistake. Generally, also when I learn this game, I like to quantify mistakes. It's not always possible, but then if you just go through the run out of tiles as it actually were, you don't even need to think about hypothetical runouts. Then you can see how many points you would have scored more relatively to your opponent. with the optimal move. So we're gonna find out the score difference in a second, which actually is even not that big. The most important thing is the difference over or under 16 points? Well, the difference is 18 points, but I said a meeple is worth at least 6 points. It could be a little bit more. So, you know, with the same tile draw, maybe it was even possible to win this. Anyway, so 1 for Kinkalodian, 0 for Wolfren. We're going to pause with this for a second because I'm really just very curious to look at some other Vietnamese players. So there's a player who has a rating of 100, which only means that they haven't played a lot of games. And there's also another one who has like 119. So basically they don't play on Board Game Arena. So we don't know what their actual strength is. They do lose against Estroncio. And not by much, by 15 points or so. And the second game is already underway. How about Hmong? They did lose the first one quite big time. Anyway. Actually, let's just stick with the same guys. I'm simply interested to see a game from start to finish. And then if one of the Vietnamese players on the other boards manage to achieve a decider, now then we're talking. So, Wolfren's going to be the starting player here. Let's see how their opening skills are. I'm pretty sure they can handle the 4 points here. Well, they might not be seeing the start, which is somewhat worrying. You definitely don't want to be giving away 1 minute and 30 seconds of your time. And there we go. After 2 minutes wait, we do get the 4 points. And Kinkalodian's going to start a new row. Well, let's see if they know this. It's actually a very non-obvious decision. Yeah, this is like one of the standard moves for sure. You can do this. It's not the best move. I mean, the road to the left is slightly better just to not give back this incredibly annoying monastery spot. But then the advantage is that you can use this road piece, perhaps. And so now for Kinkalodian is between going here and just entering a prospective winning mini battle, which is probably what I prefer, or going here and trying to pick up that road piece at the top and putting some pressure on the square on the left. Yeah, he goes for the mini battle, which makes a lot of sense. It does improve this monastery square quite a lot. So whoever draws the first monastery in this game is going to be in a very good shape. Wolf equalizes the road, and Kinkalodian now has a clunky tile. In fact, we're experiencing Zugzwang. Chess players will know. He was forced to help Blue's road. A slight miss, I think, for Wolf. Being aggressive and actually trying to win the road outright was a nice idea, but wasn't meant to be. And now finally the Spaniards, the first meeple, a lovely, beautiful, voluptuous 6-point monastery. Also setting up a 3-point road for the future. And another monastery spot here is just fantastic. So, Nickelodeon's opening idea kind of ended up paying off, but it was still kind of risky because this monastery, this meeple could have been black quite easily. That's a pretty strong move by Mr. Wolf here. So taking 2 points, leaving any city cap, yes, out in the open, but in such a way that would obstruct this road end. So for example, if Nickelodeon were to draw something like a starting tile, it would be a pretty difficult decision for them to go here and disrupt their own road. Luckily for them, they draw the crossroad, which is fantastic. It is only slightly better than a curve. It was slightly worse than a curve, just 1 point worse than a curve. And another move that another objective this accomplished was creating an alternative spot for a monastery on the left. Because blue already has a lovely monastery spot on his own, but now at least black has going something for him. This can be eliminated. Yeah, this is a very smart place where to take 2 points. You gotta take them here, like the Spaniard did, and not here, because this eliminates the monastery spot. And for example, now, if Mr. Wolf were to draw a monastery spot, then he would be forced to go here, and then kind of help Nickelodeon a little bit, just because these 6 points here are so valuable. So far, slight advantage for the Spaniard, but not much, as the open city cap has been taken advantage of. Yes, I think that's how this sentence works. By the player from Vietnam. Also, what time is it in Vietnam? Isn't it like past 11 p.m. or something? But I don't think it's gonna matter that much. I just have chocolatey hands. I really need the caffeine in all possible shapes here, in all possible forms. So Mr. Wolf has the advantage on the scoreboard, and the Spanish player has the advantage on the monasteries, which makes his position superior, and now this advantage is converted into 1 on the scoreboard as well. But that's okay, only slight disadvantage for black, who chose to make a little blocking move. Maybe it wouldn't be my first choice. I probably would prefer to just go here, start a new road. We would need to catch up on the scoreboard a little bit, and it's also quite urgent for us to try and decrease the quality of this here square. So let's say if we do go here, and our opponent draws something like a road monastery, then suddenly we already have a blocking platform against this square at the top. Speaking of blocking, the Vietnamese player is determined to make life difficult for this blue meeple at the bottom, which makes sense, you know, we're running a bit short on remaining daggers. And I think he might even succeed, but even if he does, I think Mr. King can survive one lost meeple, but this move here from Wolf has to be a mistake. I can see it's a nice idea, like he's trying to get something like a road Dorito to block this guy and this guy. The problem is that this move allows stuff like this, a move which both continues the city of blue and also protects this monastery. And the only tile suitable for blocking is the one and only remaining tile in the deck for Mr. Wolf. So it was 1 in 45 chance that he'd draw it, and he did. But also, to his credit, many players at the intermediate level actually don't realize the importance of blocking, and many players would just not bother blocking and start a new city somewhere. But this blocking is really, really important, really, really good, and so at least with this meeple trapped, we have some sort of asset in this position from the perspective of the black player, because a long-term meeple majority can also be converted into something more tangible, particular big ruins, big fields. Now, for big ruins, we're not doing that great because already 5 big tiles have been drawn. But for big fields, those are up in the cards for us in the future just because there's so many city caps still remaining. So continuing blocking at the bottom makes sense, but Mr. Wolf is going to lose a meeple himself. This here move would be a permanent block because, as I said, this was the last dagger of its kind. Yeah, so this is often a situation where the blocker becomes the blockee. I'm pretty sure it's a rather easy decision for Mr. King. Unless he wants to do something like this and start a new road, or something crazier like this and trying to protect this city from invasions. It wouldn't be necessarily that bad, because maybe your plan is to just let black build a city and they try to connect to it anyway. But from blue's perspective, if you can equalize the meeples, so now both players have one fully trapped meeple per side, then you're doing okay again. So Monastery for Wolf, and he finds one of his top 2 moves. He goes for 4 points here. Not an intuitive decision, actually. It's not an obvious decision at all. It does have a disadvantage of protecting blue's city a little bit, which is why I would have preferred meepling the Monastery over here. And then already assuming that it's going to score more points because these here 2 squares are going to get filled up pretty quickly. But then I guess an alternative idea is something like we get a straight line, we get maybe a starting tile. No, not a starting tile, wait. Yeah, it actually doesn't work. No. We get a curve. We get a curve, and then we get a vanilla city cap. And then we block the square permanently. So instead of invasion, we could do something like this. Now also, we're going to check, is Mr. Wolf counting tiles or not? If they are counting tiles properly, then they should know that they have to abandon their construction idea over here. This meeple is never going to see the light of day because of this square. So a move like this, which is intuitive, trying to protect the square, isn't really strong here. And since it's a shielded tile, you're really just better using it anywhere else on the board. So the move which I like best is this city, which actually is surprisingly threatening. It looks like this square is blockable, but it really doesn't get blocked very often. And you can get typically this Dorito plus the city cap pattern. But instead, black just used the the city tile. Unfortunate way to misspeak, but surprisingly appropriate. He uses a city tile to just prolong his ruin, really. He might even be counting tiles. He just didn't want to start a new city. But again, many players just don't know how quickly these shielded tiles can be turned into particularly 5-tile cities. So the pattern of 1 city cap, 1 triple city, 3 Dorito. That's actually very powerful. Nickelodeon, in the meantime, equalizes the Monastery of Black, and Black sadly makes a rather tragic mistake. This here move, it's a good attempt to block, but it was stronger to go over here. And we see the case in point how Nickelodeon manages to not only protect, but also on his next move immediately draw the city cap. Now Black, with another serious mistake, this is an unbelievably dangerous move. Starting a new city over here is just complete and utter madness. The main reason is because with a single Dorito tile, Wolf is gonna lose 2 meeples at the same time. Because again, Doritos, no Doritos. I mean, no daggers remaining, right? So this square is exceptionally vulnerable, and now I think I understand how Black lost so many meeples in the previous game. Oh man, why didn't nobody tell me? I forgot to remove the critical tile graph. Anyway, nah. I always like forget stuff like this. Anyway, so we see a road battle. King Kilodian just doesn't seem to be able to connect on the blocking here, as it seems that Mr. Wolf's just gonna get away with his risky stuff, which can be a bit tilting. Well, at the very least, we have this sort of disruption. Actually, that's pretty strong. It's now quite difficult for Black to end up with a completed cities there, although not impossible. Okay, now. Actually, I'm not sure. What do we do here as the play with the blue meeple? So this is a short move to block 2 meeples. I mean, surely it can't be bad. But then, what if Black completes this city? What if he doesn't? Oh my, oh my, oh my. Black is gonna lose so many meeples here. Black could easily lose 3. So for example, imagine if Black just goes here for a monastery. That'll be 4 meeples scrap, because again, this dagger does not exist. Oh, Black could also lose this meeple at the top. Oh, but it's a nice monastery find. You probably do take just the 3 points because of the blocking threat. And oh my, oh dear. Oh, it's just so obscene. But actually, surprisingly, wait. With a straight line, Wolfren can solve his problems. 1, 2, 3. Ah, no, not really. Well, sort of, kind of. At the very least, Wolf is going to lose only 1 meeple, only this one. And actually, this square is now surprisingly unblockable. So, with either one starting tile, or one of the 2 remaining rose tiles, he could pretty easily complete both the city and the monastery. Yeah, I mean, this city is going to be, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be, but this city can be completed. This monastery could be completed in theory. I mean, don't get me wrong, King Kilodian's gonna win this like 100 out of 100. Okay, maybe 99. Maybe 95 out of 100. But it's always fascinating to watch like these super risky plays, how it seems that like your opponent has just Houdini'd himself into some sort of metaphorical straitjacket, and then they manage to wiggle out like this. The problem, of course, for Black is really not the meeples, it's just the scoreboard. Like, this city was scoring too much. Which also brings us back to this year monastery placement, which was the second best move. But you don't want to make the second best move in Carcassonne. You want to make the best move in Carcassonne. And the best move was hard to spot, and it was to place this monastery over here. If that were to have been done, this monastery would not have existed. So, blocked meeple count. This is blocked. This is permanently blocked because there are no daggers available of any kind. And yeah, my morbid curiosity makes me want to watch this until the end. But I will start peeking at some other tables. And also, let's just double check what the match score is at the moment. So Portugal did win against Tehe. And in the meantime, the city has been finished with the starting tile. So finally, Wolfren has meeples to play with. They don't have nothing much on the scoreboard. Oh, actually, I think there was a miss. I think as Wolfren. Yeah, as Wolfren, he had to finish this city first. Ay, 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 ay. It's something that requires a lot of discipline to do. But if you just think for a little bit longer, it's really not such a difficult decision. So look at this. This is the last starting tile. And we know that there's still roses available. 2 of these. And since from Black's perspective we're massively behind, we need to draw a lot of stuff in order to win. So then if we just finish this city first, we finish it because it's the most vulnerable. And then we wait for one of the two roses to finish that guy, and then we get all of our meeples back. Because now what happens, because this was the last starting tile, blue just easily permanently blocked this poor little black meeple, and black is going to have at most 3 meeples for the remainder of the game. But really mostly 1. Nickelodeon's had 24, he has extra meeples, gonna drop farmers. Just pure obscenity. So we're gonna be back to the scoreboard. That's also a very interesting decision here. It's kind of reverse Ukrainian technique. So he just making it harder for Wolf to get meeples back, and now he's also gonna do this as well. Okay, that's fun. Wait, what is Wolf doing? Oh, that makes sense. He's trying to start a new city. He's getting blocked, but he should be happy with this because he can just try and brute force that city through. But yeah, this here city is, of course, an imprecision. Well, it does accomplish something, like it restricts the square a little bit, but I wonder if Black even knows that this square is no longer fillable, because again, all 6 dagger tiles have gone out. Hey, we have the rose! Which means that there was a way to have our cake and eat it too. He would have gotten a meeple back here. Yeah, and Nickelodeon's being precise. Now probably going to go here, take 4 points, create a 9-point field, then meeple that field on his last turn. Just pure obscenity. Or maybe, yeah, this move is a little bit better. It's just more low variance. Not allowing Wolf to finish his city with the lucky draw of multiple city caps. And now with this second rose and the last rose of the game, 4 points are going to be scored on the right. But anyway, actually I didn't even finish looking at the scoreboard, because you know how it works, like when I stream, you can see the scoreboard all the time, but what I see is just the game. So I need to like look in another place to see what the score is. And I'm doing this right now. That's also actually a respectable, smart move by Wolf. Not taking 2 points, but trying to block a 7-point road and a 6-point field at the same time. Whether that was worth it at this point in the game is debatable, but still very nice spatial idea. Roads are unified on the left. Crossroad tile for Nickelodeon for some quick 2 points, I presume. This is exactly what happens, and a 6-point farmer is going to be placed last. So finally, Wolf finishes his monastery for a net negative 1 point, because he's accidentally building up Nickelodeon city and monastery in the process. But at the very least, Black is going to have 1 more tile to play on his last move for a 6-point field up top. The first 6-point field goes for this guy. Oh, no 6-point field available. Yeah, that's as annoying. Well, I guess there's this 4-pointer. Yeah, because look at this. We can't go here, right? Because this would be a 12-point field for our opponent. Yikes. While there are multiple 4-point moves available, we can either just take the points here, or we can go here and drop a farm. Or Estroncio has defeated Newt 32. And Socanero is playing his decider, so he's our next person of interest. So now Spain is about to get their 2nd point here, which means that for Vietnam, it's all about tables 1 and 5. They need to win both of the remaining deciders. I do want to see this last tile being placed. I'm generally the type of person that likes seeing things to their completion. I know it's sometimes irrational, but for example, if I read a book and it's really uninteresting, and if I read like 200 pages, and there are 50 pages left, I typically do read the remaining 50 pages. Not to say that it was uninteresting by any means. It's quite... Now, it's uninteresting in the sense that we knew what the outcome of the game is going to be, but just how exactly black is going to lose all those meeple, it's actually quite satisfying to watch. I don't know. This block... Oh, that was blue. But this block, this block, this block, just... Yikes. Yeah, still credit goes to the Spaniard for... really knowing their blocking, being very efficient with it, and proceeding to win with 32 points. Alrighty, commiserations to Vietnamese fans for this duel, which looked like it was somewhat of a fight. Anyway, where's Tocanera? He's now trying to mount a comeback. And BII is the Vietnamese player to try and prevent that from happening. But boy, this does not look good for Vietnam at all. Well, maybe slightly better after completing this road, but kind of the theme is the same. Scoreboard advantage for Spain and 3 monstrous monastery meeples as well. Oh, I see what the issue is. The game is going to depend on one crucial tile. If red draws soon the one remaining triple city with a road that fits over here, red will be able to get 16 points for the city, 9 points for the monastery, and 4 points for this road, and 3 meeples back. And if it does not happen, then red is just really toast. One thing that red has going for him is this here field. Look, 2 red farmers for a sizable 2 versus 1 majority against this one yellow guy. The farm is not that big. It has 3 completed cities on it for like 9 points, but then 4th one is coming for 12, 5th one, maybe even 6th one from the city cap if it becomes part of a field like this. It's not something that red wants to happen. And look at the aggression from Tocanera. B at the very least is going to manage to block the 2 monasteries, which is a huge. But yellow is just going to score. Yeah, this is how you play the type of position with a meeple disadvantage. You just lose some and then you score a lot. So for BI, there are several things they can do. They can try and play against this meeple and make sure that Tocanera loses 1 more meeple. Then, you know, the game becomes much more doable. Or they can just play the equity move, which is to go here to pre-build the long road and then meeple it upon completion of this road. Because from red's perspective, yeah, they just really have to hope for this, right? And again, I'm just checking the board so that I don't miss anything. But no, 1, 2. The 3rd one is still in the deck. And I'm going to do the graph again. Dun, 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 dun. So this is what the game is about. Ah. Alrighty. Curvy tile for BI. Not that many options. Yeah, thinking a lot about this move, and really you just gotta make a decision. Now, there's a few. It's either something like this, which this is what I like best, or something like this. But then it's always tricky with your opponent's city caps. On one hand, if you go here, you create a chance to block his city. On the other hand, if your opponent gets a city cap immediately and they go here, then they get to drop a farmer and they get to have easy access to your field. Yeah, probably this decision is one of the trickiest decisions in Carcassonne that there is, like whether or not to block. And the other decision is when you continue your city with a Dorito, do you turn the triangle right or do you turn the triangle left, depending on what kind of features you have on the right and the left part of the board. So any decision which has to do with asymmetry is also like very always subtle. BI makes a smart move, actually. The purpose of this move is to grow this field bigger. And now he succeeds in doing so. I'm not sure if that's necessarily what he wants, because BI is going to have a meeple minority for a long time of the game. He does score the extra 3 points over here, so that's nice for him. But then there are multiple field attacking platforms available, and there we go! The triple city has been drawn by the Vietnamese player. 16 points for the cities, 9 points for the monastery, 4 points for the road, 3 meeples back, and now we're back in the game. Oh, it must be so satisfying for the Vietnamese fans. 4 points ahead on the scoreboard, 3 monasteries for Tsokamero, but a ruin and a field for BI. Still looks very good position for the Spaniard, just because he can invade the field, or honestly, he might not have to do that. One option for the Spaniard is just go here and take a 6-point road and be happy with it. Another alternative is to go here for a 3-point field, hoping for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, hoping for one of the 0 remaining curves, an important peculiarity of this position, and then a hypothetical invasion from the bottom. Yeah, and he goes for the road. He knows about his fieldless win conditions, but a great tile for BI, who is wanting to probably just get a meeple back, really. I know he has a lot of meeples, but why not have more meeples? Because he's probably going to need to drop a farmer here for insurance. And I think the plan for BI is like we do this, and then we drop a farmer like that, and then we try and take the city cap, and we'll just score a lot of points, really. But Socanero with a huge tile, getting a meeple back from the monastery, whilst also helping BI's ruin, but whatevs. BI now scores quick points, but surely this city is going to be occupied with almost just any tile. Socanero gets himself a Dorito tile, and I have no doubt that a farmer is going to immediately get dropped over here. Oh, now I wonder, was it crazy actually for BI to go here instead and to set up this farming connection? Anyway, it looks like we're getting into a bigger field fight. The field 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has actually 18 points, which outscores these 2 monasteries, and this ruin slightly outscores this road, and the scoreboard for the Vietnamese player exceeds Zocanero's scoreboard, so the Vietnamese player is now slightly ahead. But then if we drop a farmer here, then our opponent can drop a farmer elsewhere. From David's perspective, this is pretty interesting. Also, there's an obscure invasion platform like this, potentially. I also see 1 dagger tile available, which could be used as a curvy tile, and Socanero instead chooses to take out the city cap. Now BI with a tricky decision. Do we go here for the secondary field for 6 points? No, we don't. Or do we go here for an invasion against our opponent, and also actually trying to save that 6 point, trying to obstruct that invasion point for the field? That's going to be pretty interesting. But 4.5 minutes is not a lot of time to solve an endgame like this. And Sokaneta with a fantastic tile, he's going to drop a farmer. And he's going to set up some nasty field connections here. But BI probably going to drop a 6 point. Okay, that's interesting. I still think you go for the 6 point farmer here. Like, it's just so natural. But you see, time trouble is pressing a little bit. Really, 4 minutes is not a lot to solve a complex endgame like this. Tsokanero with a city cap is probably going to score 7 points, but he might be thinking about something else, like going for this here 6 point farm, which looks completely reasonable to me. So what is it gonna do? Six minutes remaining on the clock, kind of enough to solve this endgame. If I were to play this intuitively, probably just keeping things flexible and scoring the 7 points next to a little field is what you want to be doing. Because at this point, there's two ways for Tsokanero to win this game. Either you go for the field, or you just go to slightly outscore your opponent. And at least intuitively, it seems that you want to keep that flexibility to the end. So you try outscoring first. And if you don't get enough scoring tiles, that you can always invade the field a little bit later. And this is what David opted for now getting to be ahead on the scoreboard. And now BI. Surely they're going to drop a farmer, or maybe not. Maybe they have some other ideas. Yeah, they do drop a farmer, which appears to be a reasonable thing to do. And now as Tsokanero, I think we just wait. Or actually, do we wait? Maybe what we can do, we can just in case block the invasion of that farm. Because there are no curves remaining, there are no vanilla city caps, there are no monasteries, so this square is already blocked. I think there's still a divider at the very least that fits here. So we might want to block this, but then also, do we want to block this? Maybe we want to use it here to make sure that BI doesn't score too many points, kind of just trying to save our farm at the top from being eaten up. And maybe we can actually make a move like this instead to just say goodbye to any potential chances of a field invasion. Actually, also, I don't really see how this farmer invades anyway without curves or monasteries or vanilla city cap. It's tough. And Tsokanero decides to drop a farmer. That's pretty interesting. So he switches to the farming approach. And BI with like the worst possible tile, really. He just is going to score 2 points for a city. Or maybe he can go here and drop yet another farmer. Assuming that if Tsokanero connects, then we connect. Maybe we have to do something like this. No, he just takes the points. And Tsokanero gets a straight line to connect. But BI gets the other divider to connect. And Tsokanero is going to lose the field. And I think the game. I think the game, but I'm not quite sure. It's gotta be close. I mean, the city of BI is pretty big. And BI also is gonna have one more tile to play with. I don't know what the two remaining tiles are. And at this point, it's maybe more interesting to just keep it that way. I'm concerned that the move has not been made yet. I hope we don't see a throw. I can only imagine. You have to take over the field again, right? Like, this is not a time to be thinking, man. Unless... No. Like, I can imagine how there might be endgames where you want to keep the 6-point farmer for yourself and then find a different invasion spot. Yeah? Really? Why? Oh, man. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. That is, oh, man, that is so painful. That is just so painful to see. And also, like, it's such an intuitive move. Just complete the invasion. I know, like, sometimes a move like this would make sense. Imagine if there were, like, 2 monasteries remaining. And if you were guaranteed yourself a field invasion on your last move. But there weren't. And okay, you're short on time. You're not sure. Whatever. You just do this, man. And then we're all good. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 15. Actually, it was an 8-point mistake from BI only. Because he scored 7 points here instead of scoring 15 extra points by eating up this big field. And these 15 points are for these here 5 cities. A 3-point road towards the very end. And it's going to be a painful defeat. So let's see. So it was an 8-point mistake. Did that matter in the end? Oh, I think it did matter. I think it did matter. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've just witnessed, I was gonna say the biggest? No, it's not even the second biggest. I think Licio Ocampo gets relegated to second place for his throw in the match Mexico against Portugal. And the first place for blunder of the championship so far goes to BI 1208. Yeah, very unfortunate. I think they played really well. They developed the field. They found this here idea. They dropped this farmer. And if they were to connect, they would have had 8 more points and they would have won the game with a 2-point difference. It is extremely painful. Yeah, so Zocanero gets a gift. He's going to give the Spain the win in this match. And with that, Spain's chances of qualifying to the playoffs are still alive. Vietnam's too, but boy, that's going to hurt. So let's see what's happening on the other table. I presume that game has been finished as well. Let me just see that. No, not yet. So people apparently are still playing on table 5. So let's look at how Fernando is doing. And Fernando won against Monk 09. Oh no, that was just the second game. No, they're still playing their third. And here, Vietnam is ahead. And honestly, if I'm BI 1208, then at this point I'm probably rooting against my teammate, because if Meng wins, which looks increasingly likely given the toddler he has in hand, then this will mean that blunder was decisive for the entire match. The entire match. Now, I know everybody makes these sort of blunders under pressure and stuff, but it's very interesting how it works psychologically, because connecting to the field is such a natural idea. So also an interesting move from Monk, by the way. He chooses to just finish the 4-point city and get a meeple back instead of going for this here 8-point city. And it might be justified, especially if he's going to lose the field fight, which looks quite likely. Yeah, Mr. Monk is really looking for this crossroads, of which there's still 0 remaining. Yeah, so actually this move I can kind of understand, because it just scores more points net. That's actually a nice find there. And it's a very nice find. I would have been super tempted to take the 8 points for this city, but actually that would have been worse. Because by taking points here, you would be expanding your opponent's field as well, and risking losing this castle as well. Yeah, that's very nice here by Monk. Not sure that's going to be enough, but it's one of those positions where red has the field control. Oh, there's also this farmer as well. Yeah, so then it's really all she wrote for the field. But Monk has the scoreboard and the monastery, and I think the critical tile in this game is going to be this here monastery. So whoever draws this evil hamster, also great move from Fernando, trying to prevent Monk from finishing his road and starting a new city. But Monk with the last crossroads, I miscount again. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Can do, probably just go here. I mean, take the points. His meeple is going to get eaten up, but this meeple is also going to get eaten up, so that makes sense to do that. And also, if you do this, you still and if your opponent gets something like a monastery and goes for the evil hamster, then you still have outside chances of trying to connect to the field with a third meeple and win this anyway. Oh, he goes for this farmer. Oh, but he loses on time. Ah, yeah. That would have been so entertaining to watch. So I hope that the players just finish the game and see what would have happened. Yeah, both the Spanish and the Vietnamese captains are pointing out that the time is out. Please don't concede the game. Just finish the game. You want to see what would have happened. Spain is going to win this. Yeah, this was clearly a panic move. I mean, it looked like a viable position for the Vietnamese players. Like, honestly, they seem to have quite a decent team. It's just there's some lack of experience, like lack of maybe even emotional stability, you know, dealing with time controls, dealing with blocked meeples and stuff. This was very, very winnable for Green. And last game, of course, very painful indeed. Well, Fernando should still make his move. I'm not sure if there's some sort of discussion in the chat about conceding the game. Yeah, there we go. So Master Destroyer saying sorry, but you may concede, not knowing that this doesn't work in tournament mode. And the Vietnamese captain is explaining. So the best option is just finish the game, and then obviously it will be a victory for the Spaniard registered. I'm gonna abide by the policy of non-interference. I'm not going to explain the rules to the players. Yeah. Anyway, the one good thing for Vietnam about this, they did win this one duel from Port Guard. They should have won that other one. Obviously here, they would have lost anyway. But again, this was a position which was winnable. And that's why I really hope they don't stop this game. Yeah, there's also appears to be a language barrier for both players. The thing with conceding the game, this option literally does not exist in tournament games. The only thing that you can do is quit the game, but then there are additional penalties for that. Oh man, they're not going to finish this. Okay, so let's just... So we're going to have to analyze the game ourselves. So what would have happened? No, not like that. Not like that. Actually, if they're going to agree to this, then I'm not even sure there's going to be a paper trail. Because once you abandon this game, the fact that it was lost on time might not even be in the record. I'm not sure about this. It's probably still going to be in the time logs. But this is definitely not the option. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to say anything. This is actually not true. Like, abandoning is not an option because then Mr. Destroyer is not going to get his elo if it matters to some people. Oh man, anyway, let's try to solve this endgame. Because we still have 12 minutes before the start of your next match. And then our main highlights of the day. I'm so looking forward to this. So how big is the field? Let's check that first. Actually, that's gonna be fun. Imagine if they like can't figure this out, and then Mr. Destroyer is gonna run out of time instead. Anyway, so the field has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cities. Yikes, that's 24. But 13 points on the scoreboard for Hmong. Let's say these two roads are roughly equal. Some city pieces for red here. And that's 4, right? So that's 28. So Hmong is like down 15 points. Then there's a chance here to get 3 extra. So to score for a 6-point field. That's like 10. Then there's this monastery for 8. That's 2. Yeah, it was a very equal position. So really it's just depends on this tile. And if only Hmong were just not to make this move, but just make any other normal move, like score these 5 points for the road, then I believe it was at least a 50% chance to win. Well, in any case, yeah, the decision to abandon this game has been taken by all players. This, of course, is not the correct option, but whatevs. Alrighty, congratulations to Fernando for winning this. It's still just as well deserved if this is on time, because if your opponent loses on time, this means that you're mounting pressure and making it difficult for them to make decisions, and that is just as good as a win on the board. And also it's completely possible that Fernando were going to draw this monastery here. It was really up for grabs for both sides. Yeah, so very interesting ending. Joe F is saying it is possible that the player with remaining time expels the other player, so the elo goes to him. But of course, the other player will get a penalty for leaving the game. Yeah, this is also one of the options, but I assume that the players just didn't know them. So this is on the Spanish captain to inform their players. Actually, also a reminder to me to talk to the newcomers to my team. Yeah, Thank you, Raf, for correcting me that the top left city isn't in the field, which makes this an even more painful loss because actually Mung had like 6 more points than I thought. Yeah. And then this move was such a no-brainer. Such a no-brainer, man. Anyway, experience, nerves, whatever. Congratulations to Team Spain. They're taking this down 4-1. It's not reflected on the scoreboard because this game has not been officially finished, but this is going to be the result of the game. Righty, now we have time to take like a 3-minute break before our most important match of the day. And also, I'm about to get y'all somebody. I'm about to get us all a special guest. And so you might have to guess within the next couple of minutes as to who that might be. Alrighty, so I have my special guest on the phone. We're gonna get some visuals in the second. Maybe could you not introduce yourself, but just maybe comment on that last position a little bit and see if any of my viewers recognize your voice. Yes, and yeah, so let's see if anybody recognizes your voice. Well, one thing that I can say that important tournament from yesterday was a national championship, an in-person national championship, but this might narrow options down for some people. Also, I'm gonna put some visuals that I have here, and then the name caption just a little bit later. In any case, just wanted to let you know that it's great to have you back after a long time on the stream. Yes. All right, I got the visuals, so no more hints available. With me today is none other than, let me just get your name caption. Yeah, there we go. None other than Raf Missotten of Belgium, also known as Craft Giraffe on Board Game Arena, a YouTuber, chess content creator, and most importantly, finally, after many second and third places, the reigning national championship of Belgium. So long overdue, well deserved. Congratulations, Raf. Yeah, I'm also immensely happy for you. And the plan is that we can talk about the championship a little bit later at the end of the stream. And so for our viewers, if you have any questions to Craft Giraffe, then do let us know over the course of the next match. The next match is starting in 3 minutes. We're going to do a little preview in just a second. Let me just take care of the scoreboard for that new match. Yes, I can do that. I can do that too. So whilst I'm doing this, Raf, now we've agreed that we would stream and focus all of our efforts entirely on the encounter between Glavier and Paksh, so the two highest rated players of Portugal and Thailand. So could you explain why these particular two players are your favorites to watch from today, other than their high rating? And if you have any experience playing, well, you must have played Glavier, but if you have any experience playing Paksh. Yeah, especially Paksh. Like Glavier can sometimes play at a rapid pace, but his time management is pretty good because he knows when it's time to slow down and think. For Paksh, there's gonna be enough time to make some deep analysis for sure. So one of the most creative players on Board Game Arena at the moment, just at 17 or 18 years old or something like this, very talented. Glavier also not much older actually. Anyway, let me just do a little bit of this. So I've pulled up the scoreboard, and you can also see briefly the previous history between these two players. And Glavier and Paksh have barely played at all. Glavier had played one game against him and won. So this is the only history that we're operating. Both players rated in the master, so 600 to 700 range. Yeah, let me just do this. Alrighty, and we're ready to start. There's not going to be much of a preview of a tournament situation. We're going to do that a little bit later, but basically Taiwan is ahead of the group. If Thailand is ahead of the group. If Thailand win this match, then they're almost guaranteed qualification. Portugal, 50-50. Yeah? Is okay, this is weird. This is weird. Because, wasn't that like from a long time ago? Can just anybody else confirm? That is a bit of a problem. Let me just... Can you say something again?
Hello?
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yes, okay. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Anyway, so basically, we're going to go into the match. Y'all just are going to need to infer Raf's answers from my questions. And yeah, let's just dive into it. Where's Glavier? Imagine if they finish in 2 games in like 20 minutes, how disappointing that would be.
Yeah.
Let's hope it doesn't happen. Oh yeah, let me just share the game with you real quick. So I've opened it on my end, 54 tiles remaining. Paksh with red meeples with 8 points on the scoreboard. Glavier with 1. yellow meeple to his name.
Oh, they are really speeding up indeed.
Maybe not for long. Alrighty. So can you see the game, ref?
Yes. It will come. Yeah. Okay.
There we go. So what are we having? Paksh is now threatening a rather sizable city to be completed on the right. Glavier's position is okay, but a lot of stuff needs to happen before he consolidates. Like he has a monastery which needs to be developed, and so that was a city completed by Paksh, which now puts him at a lot of advantage. But the question to you, Raf, with the last move, with the curve here by Glavier, in hindsight, would you have tried and restrict that city instead of just getting yourself a monastery point?
I don't know, actually. I think I would have kept the option to invade next turn, hoping that he wouldn't complete the city.
Yeah. Oh, I would have totally tried and block, yeah, but it's one of those like really tricky decisions because obviously you know what you should have done when you see the actual tiles, but then imagine if you get some sort of a city plus road tile on your move and then you now get denied an invasion. So that can be quite tough. Anyway, so 26 points on the scoreboard for Paksh, 0 for Glavier, but he has some setups, like he has a monastery which is soon going to get completed. I was about to say that he had a city going, which Paksh now equalized. Also hoarding all these road Doritos, and maybe Glavier has one more thing, is this road over here. So if he gets one of the 3 remaining road Doritos, he's going to win this, what's 9-point road with 2 meeples versus 1, and he might go for it now. Yeah, but it looks rather grim here for yellow. So Raf, any other thoughts on the position and how might Guillermo come back from this?
Ooh, difficult one. He's using his last meeple now.
Yeah, that was I actively dislike that. He just like lost 4 points for no reason.
Exactly.
Well,
but he gets 2 meeples back. That's something.
That's something. But you see, he's gonna lose the farming majority anyway. So just Paksh does the usual thing, finishes a city, drops a farmer, and it's all back to the drawing board for Glavier. Now, still some options. Certainly, these 4 points are going to help. He has an 8-point monastery, which could be supplemented with another monastery. Still 5 in the deck, and this 6-point spot looking pretty juicy. Paksh can finish, maybe can continue his city at the top or something. Glavier also has some ideas with this city piece. He could get a triple city tile and maybe then block the square and have himself a medium-sized ruin versus a 1-point meeple of Paksh. Or he could draw the last remaining splitter tile for 6 points and drop a farmer here and try to connect to the main field through a curve. In the meantime, Paksh restricts Glavier by a lot, only 2 tiles remaining into the square, and a very interesting curve tile for Glavier. So Raf, do we go here, take a meeple back, but eliminate a monastery spot, or do you try and draw the monastery spot later, add the risk of getting a monastery blocked, and do something like this, which Guillermo did right now?
Ooh, I think I would leave the monastery spot open. Maybe I would even try to go for the ring road in the middle of the board and hope for the splitter tile to get my yellow meeple back at the bottom. And then hope to restrict the big city somehow. But maybe that's a far-fetched idea.
Yeah, so it appears that Glavier is not going for the splitter at all. He, in fact, used a big tile just to connect his bottom meeple, and it makes sense, because, you know, with any straight lines, it could have been easily blocked. Now, there is a platform to do what you say and try to restrict this connection, which Glavier seems to desperately need. And Paksh uses the monastery to defend. And now with this curve, as Glavier, like probably at this point, beggars can't be choosers, and surely you just gotta take that meeple back. And if you get a monastery, just meeple it someplace else like a normal person. Or maybe there's another plan. Maybe we can do something like this with the curve in the center of the board and try to find a way for this here guy to somehow sneak into the field, which looks far-fetched, but actually is surprisingly more doable than people might think.
But are there tiles left that fit there? I think all 3 daggers are out.
Oh, right. So there's nothing that fits here at all. So that wouldn't work. I guess it has to be the recovery from meeple. Yeah, but he just really wants that monastery spot. But well, he tries to attack Paksh's meeple a little bit. The tricky stuff with leaving this monastery spot for so open is because you keep drawing these curves and you're drawing these curves, and there are now only 2 curves remaining. Imagine if Paksh now gets a curve and does something like this. He's gonna kill off your monastery spot and also leave your meeple in trouble. So honestly,
yeah, good point. Good point.
Yeah, I'm not sure honestly if I'm Glavier for how long I can take it. So maybe I just free up the monastery right now, or maybe I do something crazier. I can just go over here. Yeah, there we go, and leave this empty. Oh, that was a nice idea, but it's not gonna work. It's Paksh is picking up from this setup of Glavier and taking 10 points. Still the desperation.
Yeah, I like the idea. I would have done the same, I think.
The idea was really
good. Because we're significantly behind. You have to do something, and going for a coin flip like that makes sense.
Yeah, it's just... And honestly, I think that Glavier still technically sort of kind of has chances. Maybe. Just not with this tile necessarily. Yeah, he could really use an extra meeple here. He tries to block the meeple of Paksh unsuccessfully. He's going to have a secondary field, but man, 6 extra points on the scoreboard, nearly 40 points advantage. Finally, Glavier has his monastery tile for 6 extra points. 9 on the scoreboard, 6 on the board. Bringing himself a little bit closer. Now, still, something might happen. Paksh with a Dorito tile. He's looking to attack the field at the top. That's an interesting decision. What'd you make of it, Raf?
It's an okay move, I would say. It's a potential 12-point field. Glavier has to watch out here in what way he completes the monastery, because 4 of the 6 daggers are out, but 2 of the daggers that remain, one of those he needs at the right. So, but he plays the curve correctly. So the dagger still is possible below his monastery if needed.
Yeah, well, and also what's another pattern that's possible is something like this plus a road monastery. Now, Paksh successfully connects to the field. Glavier draws a very important tile, which Paksh needed to complete his city and road at the top. So these 2 meeples are deceased. So that's something. And so our options include, as yellow, going here for 3 quick points, or maybe going here and pre-building a gigantic long road which goes through our city. And the way we take advantage of it is that we get something like a butterfly tile here for a 4-point road. And then we get the dagger here, of course, for something like a 5-point road. And then we hope for maybe a tile here to take advantage of this 9-point field and then somehow invade over here still. So this is wishful thinking, but maybe this sort of craziness is what we need. No, says Glavier, he makes a normal human move. Just the usual regular human stuff for 3 points. Minus 25 on the scoreboard for Glavier. Paksh uses the monastery to block off a potential field invasion. Glavier with a splitter tile. Now it's the time to go here on the left and try to open up this bottom field, just blow everything on the position, and also set up a road monastery. I was thinking whether there's a way to invade the ruin. Actually, there still is. Yeah, check this out, Raf. No?
I think there isn't. No.
No Doritos, no?
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1.
Yeah, so
It's
is
one.
it worth it
Yeah.
to just go here for 7 points, then try to get the 50-50 for Dorito here, and then try to get the dagger here, and try to get the butterfly here? No, he says it's not worth it. The first dagger is drawn by Paksh for 4 quick points and increasing the value of the field. 1 more dagger remaining for Glavier. He would have gotten the Dorito. Yeah. Oh, that has to feel bad. It would have been a 20-point city or something like this. Okay, 17.
Yeah.
18, yeah. Maybe this is the level of desperation that we needed right there. He must be just biting his elbows at the moment.
But still, you can set up for the road monastery.
Right. Actually, with a farmer even, maybe.
Yeah,
Is that crazy?
with a farmer, but then you miss the 9 points for the monastery.
Not necessarily. If you get the dagger first, you can free up this guy here, and then you get the monastery points, and then you get the butterfly tile, and then you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the last remaining curve to go over here for 9 points. And then you get 1 more butterfly tile to here to connect to that field at the top and win with a 20-point advantage.
I think that's his win condition.
Yeah, but also surprisingly how, like, in this seemingly desperate position, yellow does have some legit chances.
Wow, he finds it.
And he goes for it. Love it, love it. Joe F is asking, why didn't yellow try to get the second meeple back? I think he did. Well, he's trying to do that now.
Yeah, I think Joe meant with a curve or with a plain city cap.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I have to agree here with our viewers that it seems to be just like a little bit too subtle. And I think having that meeple extra instead of waiting for that monastery spot could have helped Glavier secure the 18-point field at the bottom of his meeple majority, whereas now maybe he's being just a little bit too subtle. And maybe now he's playing like really well. I think this is a really strong move, but I felt like he got a little bit too desperate too soon.
Yeah.
Oh, Paksh can now just equalize the field, right? But he chooses not to. Glavier with a curve. Paksh starts a new city. Glavier's probably going to block in one way or another, trying to harass that city either from the top or from the bottom. He has 5 minutes to figure out. I'm not sure which way is better. Yeah, maybe that one. Nothing much that Paksh can do about this. Except for maybe self-block and a hope for the butterfly. For one of the 2 butterflies. It certainly seems viable.
The tiles that are left are almost only city caps. So I'm not even sure that if it's blockable.
Well, it is, because if you get a vanilla like Glavier, you can block towards a Dorito.
Yeah.
Or like this.
I'm not sure. Have I missed
okay.
Oh,
Dagger for Glavier. Dagger for Glavier. Where's the road monastery? Where's the road monastery? Goes for Paksh. This is so disappointing. Oh man, we always want to see a comeback. We always want to see a comeback, but still respect for the idea. But oh my. Is there anything that Glavier can do? Actually, wait a second. Does the field invasion still win this for him, assuming that it's possible, which I don't think it isn't. I don't think it is. The field is 16 only, so nah.
No, I'm afraid not.
Yeah, so the remaining tile is another butterfly, and did you say exclusively city caps, Raf? I see a
But
starting tile.
yeah, I could have miscounted, of course. There's also the road monastery. Okay, and this one was also left, so
Yeah, that was actually a really big miss by Glavier. He should have blocked the city towards a
yeah, exactly.
Dorito. Yeah, instead of doing this. That's actually,
Bec-
yeah.
and he should have known because he got the last playing Dorito.
Exactly. Yeah, that's also a very tile counting tip. So he must have thought about that Dorito because he was considering attacking the ruin. Yeah, that's unusually sloppy from Guillermo, actually. And it cost him around 8 points of spread. Because Paksh was able to meeple a 7-point ruin with his after getting a meeple back, so and somehow Glavier did end up with 18 extra farming points at the bottom. Of course,
Impressive.
yeah, of course, 2 of these cities were completed by Paksh, and only 15 points difference. Only 15 points difference, which means that the road monastery would have really won this for the Portuguese youngster.
Yes.
So Paksh won, Glavier won. Let's go straight for the second. Only 18 minutes the duration of the first game, so that's kind of disappointing, but hopefully that both of them slow down a little bit more. A reminder to y'all that Raf won the Belgian National Championship yesterday, so if you have any questions either about that or anything else Carcassonne related to my special guest, then do let them know during the stream. I'm going to answer those at the end. So game 2 has started, and Paksh now the starting player. He gets a 2-point road. Glavier gets the first 4-point city of the game. Paksh continues his road, improving its quality. Glavier starting a new city but leaving a ring road back. Paksh is looking to continue his road with a city on the left. Let's see. He probably knows this, yeah. It's a vastly superior move than doing the same thing on the right, because this L formation is actually kind of dangerous for this here guy. Glavier picks up the ring road. Paksh continues his city. Glavier gets the first 6-point monastery of the game, but Paksh gets to extend his city unscathed. This was a very even position, of course. Glavier with the monastery, but Paksh with the starting player advantage and a 12-point city waiting to happen. Glavier trying to be super efficient, finishing a 2-point road and a 4-point road and leaving an empty city cap up for grabs, which is taken advantage of by Paksh. Glavier continues his monastery. Paksh is getting a splitter tile. And I wonder here, do we just finish the city at the bottom, or do we want to be super efficient and do stuff like this? What do you make of this extremely ambitious move, Raf?
Ooh, I would count points already here. And meeples. If I'm 1 meeple ahead, let's say, and I am 10 points ahead, then I would finish the city at the bottom, just to make sure there's not a lot of variance. But it seemed quite equal still, so it's okay to play a little more risky, I would say.
Yeah, it's a very instructive decision, I think, because this splitter just improves the quality of the top city so much, and it also creates this nasty, nasty pressure against Glavier's unappealing looking city right here. So, for example, without this tile here, Glavier could have just gone here and tried to go for this little flower shape, but now it's not possible because of the threat of getting blocked here. Luckily for Glavier, he gets a splitter, which he would have loved to use over here, but this is more important, because this was a vulnerable square. So by being very efficient himself and mounting pressure, then when Glavier dropped the splitter, Paksh made him to use it a bit less efficiently, and these things can matter quite a lot. So Paksh with the first farmer of the game, 10-point lead by drawing a bunch of city caps. Glavier probably going to start cleaning them off one by one, I presume. The first one's clean, 4 points for yellow. Paksh, in the meantime, equalizes the monasteries on the left whilst improving the quality of this road. Also an amazing tile for Paksh, finishing a 6-point road and equalizing a 3-point road off Glavier. 26-point road on the scoreboard, 12 points ahead. Glavier, though, finishes a 10-point city and even drops a slightly premature farmer. This could go south pretty easily, but I understand certainly where he did this. Paksh gets 7.4 for the city 3 for the field. It looks like it's going to be a big field fight. 18 points with 6 completed cities already on the main field. Glavier continues his cities, also makes it a bit harder for the second red farmer to connect Paksh with a straight line. Why are they playing so fast, Raf?
I don't know. We picked the wrong game.
I mean, it's not wrong. Like it's high
very
level.
Interesting. Yeah. For example, the city cap of Paksh, he immediately finished the 4-point city at the bottom, but I would seriously consider freeing yellow's meeple there, the monastery meeple, pointing the city cap up to make sure to avoid a shared field, and also to make sure that yellow cannot place a monastery next to his monastery.
Well,
but
actually,
maybe it's totally wrong. I don't know. That's what I would think about.
Yeah, I think this wouldn't quite work because the city cap is a tile which is actually quite easy to work around with. So you can go like this at the top with another city cap and you've created the same thread basically. You can connect over here. So if you want to shield off your opponent, you do so by drawing a Dorito. And also it doesn't really solve the monastery problem because there was a lovely monastery spot over here, which has been now taken out by Paksh with this 9-point farmer. But if this tile weren't here, Glavier can easily go for a 6-point monastery and just simply 9-point counter field at the top without having to worry about any farms at all. In the meantime, Paksh drops more farmers and more farmers. This at the top, this here on the left. It's really excellent field play from the Thai player, making it exceptionally difficult to fight for the field. And that's why Glavier is now focusing his efforts on a different part of the board. So now that red has claimed the city at the top, yellow really doesn't have any incentive to try and connect all the fields. All yellow needs to do is just get some sort of measly road tile that would go over here. And that's pretty much it. And now yellow is trying to use his meeple advantage to maybe try and threaten a big city here, which honestly is probably his main chance to threaten something into this game. A couple of Doritos go a long way. And now a curvy tile for Glavier. Many options here, such as connecting to the field or finishing our monastery. But I think there was a stronger option available. Going over here, setting up another monastery, and also making it a bit harder for Paksh to take advantage of the city cap. But for whichever reason, Glavier chose not to do this. And now a strategic decision for Paksh, Raf. So, I was going to ask, do you go here and connect the farmers and lose 3 points because you scored too much, but then this would give you the stronghold on the field? Or do you do what Paksh did, simply just take a couple of more meeples back without scoring any points?
Yeah, it's a difficult decision, but the way how Paksh played it, I think this is an okay move or the correct one. For example, the city cap at the left, I would have closed the curve, the loop, in the middle of the board, top middle, and I would have taken 4 points and connect all the fields, I think. And yeah, leaving the cap open. Because now you're creating one big field, okay, probably you're going to win it. But you have to be careful also. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, yeah, 8, 24 points. Yellow could have 2 meeples more. It's not impossible to overcome 24 points.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it's an important strategic decision. So Glavier now kind of creates an evil hamster spot, and it was a decision whether it was worth to try and fight for the field, and he decides that apparently it isn't. He just wants to create a big evil hamster. And
I don't really like that move, to be honest. Or
I
do
can.
I?
No,
Yeah,
I can.
he's hoping to get the splitter tile himself and to connect all fields, I suppose.
You mean the
And take 4
monastery tile,
points
yeah?
with it. I was talking about the field meeple of red in the middle of the board.
Oh, the field meeple of red.
Yes, he's pre-building a 4-point loop in the middle. With the curve.
Wait.
1 move ago, no? 2 moves, 3 tiles ago.
I really don't remember 3 tiles ago. And are we watching this? We're watching Paksh, right? And Glavier.
Yeah.
Okay.
The top left curve for his monastery. For his right monastery. Top left.
Oh, you're
That
talking
curve.
about Glavier.
Yes. Yeah, we are talking about Paksh Glavier, but talking about Glavier.
You're talking about Glavier's move, okay. Oh, so the idea, of course, for Glavier is just to connect all the field and not fight for them, I presume. Right?
Yes. So it makes sense to go for a 4-point loop with tempo.
Yep. And what else? Yeah, Glavier's just trying to clean off as many city caps as he can rather desperately. He's now threatening a 10-point city on the left. He's threatening a more point city on the right. He's now going to finish one of his cities. Choose to finish the top one. Does he meeple this row? Does he get greedy? Well, no, I don't think he should. This meeple back is certainly going to help. He could have meepled the field there. Paksh with the monastery certainly going to help a little bit. Glavier with the road tile. Oh, he can attack the ruin on the right. There are now suddenly more win conditions. And you know what? Glavier is really hoping for that road monastery tile. Because now there is a change of plans. He actually doesn't even have to go over here anymore. He can just go over here.
Exactly.
So we see a city attack. It's going to be worth multiple points, like around 12 in total. Once that attack is completed, quite likely to be completed with one big tile and a couple of Doritos still in the deck. One straight line for Glavier. He cannot meeple anything with this, but he can protect his city a little bit. Yeah, it's a very smart move for indirect protection. Paksh is still going to try and harass it. Smart move from Paksh. Glavier with a crossroads. Okay, so neutralizes all the fields, takes 4 points extra, and now I think a road monastery should win this for him or not. Paksh with another Dorito, something that Glavier would have loved to have in order to capture the ruin on the right.
What? Glavier did miss the crucial road monastery last game.
Yes, right. Surely he can't miss 2 road monasteries, but that's not how statistic works. So yes, he can. Thai fans believe in you, Guillermo. You can totally whiff the second monastery as well. No! He gets it. He gets 18 points on the scoreboard, 2 meeples back, and he can still use them sort of, kind of, but not really, because he also needs a meeple still to connect to the ruin. Paksh now will have the chance to take a 6-point field in the left, which is probably what he's going to do, I presume. This is exactly what happens. Glavier connects to the ruin. That's big. I think this.
I don't understand why Paksh placed the Dorito at the bottom of the big ruin, because he added just 1 point to his opponent.
He must have had a reason. But that was weird to me. That was weird to me as well. Yes.
Okay.
So a 5-point road is going to be scored by Glavier. Yeah, I mean, he connected to the big ruin. He has 20 points ahead on the scoreboard. Paksh has a lot of fields, but does he have enough fields to win? And I don't think so. The ruin and road alone are like 18.
I don't think so.
So by 8 points, Glavier should win if I'm not... No, by 12 points, Glavier should win if I'm not mistaken. Let's see what the scoreboard difference is. I'm so happy. 12 points exactly.
Great.
I'm almost as happy as you were yesterday, just for this one thing. Anyway, so we're gonna head into the side. I just wanted to point out this is an absolute masterclass in fieldless win conditions, right? Because it looked pretty grim, and Paksh did play really well with a stronghold on the field. Glavier just saw that, wait a minute, I can't fight for the field anymore, so their alternative, get himself the crossroads to score quick points, get himself a couple of monasteries for 18 and a big ruin, and that was all she wrote. So this cider between the two guys. And Glavier, the starting player here. Yellow monastery is being placed for 2 points. Paksh with a road tile. He's going to take 2 points. In which exactly... Okay, this one I don't understand.
No.
So, like, this must have been done on purpose, but I really don't like leaving my opponent with a second monastery spot. In fact, I hate leaving my opponent with a second monastery spot. So let's see if Glavier draws one. The standard move in this position is just to do something like this. And there are other reasons too. Actually, yeah. We can talk about this. Oh, case in point. Case in point. Like, if Glavier's going to win this, it could be this one opening mistake that makes it so. But basically, there are multiple reasons. First of all, you don't want to give away an easy monastery point, which Paksh, monastery spot, which Paksh did. And second, by placing this tile over here, he would have actually restricted the road end so that if Glavier were to draw something like a city plus road tile, something like the butterfly, then Glavier would have been forced to finish the road for Paksh, and I think that was a big opening miss. Now the monasteries are perfectly safe. Glavier is in an excellent position here. Paksh has cities to come back a little bit and one monastery, but still great position for Glavier. One more city cap, cannot attack anything, but he can obstruct the city on the left a little bit. Will he go for it, or will he just build next to his monastery on the right? No, he chooses to obstruct the city cap. Now it's a very open position, and look at this. The first farmer for 0 points. It kind of makes a lot of sense, actually. Very, very green board. Curvy tile for Glavier, looking for maybe for a 4-point loop or maybe something better. He could actually just continue his monastery on the left and forego the monastery spot, or he could do something like this, which is also very nice. Some restriction move. Paksh cleans off the city cap, but Glavier gets a tile to invade. Or do you do this? Yes. The Pindotron maneuver, restricting the city cap and also going for a 4-point road. Man, this is getting exciting.
Great move.
Yeah, invasion here would have been a mistake because you really don't want to give that 4-point road back. You want to leave that city cap, and that city cap is going to be in your field in all likelihood eventually. Well, maybe not now, but Paksh is just trying to hustle, build this 10-point city. Instead, Paksh gets his own 6-point city on the left. Curvy tile for Glavier. That's an excellent move. It protects the city from invasion while also adding one more monastery point and still preserving multiple monastery spots. Next to him, Paksh does not clean off a city cap. Instead, he chooses to prevent himself from getting blocked. He was recognizing that this square was getting a bit vulnerable. Glavier is trying to chase him around a little, but Paksh, where the scoring tile is facing a difficult decision whether to just get a meeple back on the left for 3 points, and also with that restrict some green squares in Glavier's field, or just go over here and expand the city towards a ruin, and this is exactly what he does. Glavier now probably going to be forced to invade, maybe? Or just clean off the city cap on the bottom. No, an invasion is what we see. No, wait, yeah.
Exactly for this reason, I was thinking in my head the chances for the top city to become a ruin were pretty high. For some reason, I was thinking that because imagine that Glavier puts where Paksh puts the city cap, but he bends it into the road down. So with the Dorito, for example, in order to block, but it's not a real block. There are still at that point, there were still 2 tiles that fit here. Yeah. So I would always have taken 4 points at the bottom. And also, at that point in the game, there were only 2 tiles where the full city tile would fit, and that's for a yellow city at the bottom, a valuable city that only needed 1 city cap to finish, and the city at the top for red. So imagine that yellow got that full city tile. You would have been forced to place it at the top, adding 2 points to red. And if red got it, he was able to block yellow city.
Indeed, completely agreed. But Raf, can we just talk about this Pakshe's move with the road monastery? What was that? Why not just go for 6 points? Why go here and get your meeple back and then expand your opponent's field for no reason in a position where you were just doing good enough as it was?
I don't really know. I think for some reason he was thinking I have to free my meeple, my 2-point meeple. But this is not the way how to do it, I'm afraid.
Yeah, because one also thing that Pakshe did, he actually created a monastery spot which Glavier is more likely to use. Now, there's still 2 tiles in the deck with which Glavier can finish a monastery with another monastery and get a rather sizable advantage after this. Now, the Portuguese youngster is still 4 points behind on the scoreboard, but he has the field control with an equal number of meeples, so it is some time before Pakshe can truly equalize the field. Dorito tile for Glavier and a strategic decision.
Yes, you go for the bottom right, I think.
So do you want to go for a big city here with only 3 tiles remaining that fit, or do you want to go for the bottom right in that way, restricting the square and still leaving the option for a splitter to deny Pakshe the invasion?
Only 1 splitter left.
And
but
only
still,
1 vanilla Dorito left.
Yes.
And we have your
correct.
answer. Glavier agrees with you.
Yeah, but you convinced me.
No. I honestly, I think that Glavier's move statistically doesn't work often enough. Like, I think it's a strategic mistake. I mean, it could work, but his position wasn't desperate enough for this to be necessary. And this is the problem of moves like these, because, like, you think that you have 3 tiles remaining, but your opponent on the very next move is going to try to block something. And so you have to defend, and then you're going to have only... Well, actually, 2 tiles remaining is not that bad. 2 tiles remaining is not that bad at all. But then also, if you don't get it, then you just lose. And... let's see. So Glavier is now fighting to preserve the chances of completing that city. And also, if he completes that city, I'm going to so eat my words.
Also, if I were Paksha, I would prevent yellow from meepling a monastery in the middle of the board with tempo.
On the previous move, right? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe on the previous move or in
Well,
the future.
with the city tile, right? With the city tile.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
and actually,
that no monastery fits there.
So Glavier is still trying to defend and trying to preserve the chances of completing his city. And oh, there we go. I mean, I'm going to eat my words. It actually ends up working. Now, a 75% chance to complete one monstrosity, one absolute monstrosity. So now the position has changed in dynamics. Now, in order for Paksha to come back, he kind of needs to assume that this city is going to be finished at some point. But Paksha has something that Glavier has not. The advantage on the scoreboard, the extra monastery, and the extra meeple, which can be used to take the control of the field. First of all, there's a lovely field invasion points, not like that. Okay, actually, that's not that bad, but not like that. And then, yeah, so the plan is, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Raf, or at least, like, tell me know if we do otherwise strategically. Like, as Pakshe, you want to drop farmers, and you want to invade the field before Glavier finishes the big city, and then hope that you geometrically close off that field, and with the extra farmer, you can compensate for the 24 points that city is going to score.
Yes, indeed. But now he ruined some
Yeah.
farmer opportunities at the left.
Yeah, I think that was
Oh,
a bit imprudent. Okay.
Paksh draws the first one.
So Paksh draws the first one. Also, by the way, I don't even need to change that graphic, the graphic that I'm going to pull up right now, because we have the same critical tile as we had in one of the Spain versus Vietnam games. So it's going to come up on the board in just a second. In the meantime, players are exchanging quick points from city caps.
Take 4 points. 4-point road.
Yeah, it took him a bit
He's
of a
thinking
while.
about, yeah, he's scared of a field invasion.
Aren't we all? Yeah, the thing with a field invasion, in any case, they're good platforms, and the best one is probably over here, the unblockable platform through one of the 3 remaining curves like this. In the meantime, Paksh is really catching up on the scoreboard, yeah, and Glavier really needs the cow tile. The road monastery certainly is going to help for 9 points and the 2 meeples in his hand. Now Glavier is for the first time ahead on the scoreboard, despite not having finished the city yet, but Paksh immediately drops a 9-point farmer. Glavier, with a road tile, probably looking to invade that farm, or maybe do some prophylaxis for his field on the right. Actually, now that I think about it, the main field is worth only 9 points, and until the big city is completed. So that's why I understand Glavier's desire to just go for the invasion. And how did you? Can you make a trombone impression, Raph? that was an awesome impression. Yeah, this is exactly what happened. I don't think we need to.
Yeah, what I would have done with the previous style of Glavier, I would have prolonged the road, take 4-point road. There were 2 road ends available, 2 crossroads, and by closing the crossroad, I would meeple the field.
Closing the crossroads. Yes.
Closing the road, I mean, yeah.
Yes, exactly. And this would have also denied Paksh these easy 4 points.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think, I really like how efficient you are with tiles, and maybe the Portuguese youngster just missing just a little bit of that today. Okay, so
I think he now has to protect his own field at the bottom.
Maybe, but then it depends on the score. Because it's also like an instructive moment. If you're ahead, then you want to be protecting your field. If you're behind, you're actually not want to protect your field. You want to leave it open so that in order to entice your opponent into a 0-point farmer, and then just simply hope that they don't draw the connection tile and waste a meeple. If you're ahead, which I don't think Glavier is at the moment, although it's not actually that far. Oh wait, his city is not that bad.
No, I think he's 8 points ahead, if I counted correctly.
What?
But I could be mistaken.
I know, you seem to be actually much better at counting points than I am, but did you count in the 2 menacing monasteries of Paksh?
Yes. Let me count again. So we have points of red. 9 plus 4 is 13, and 16 is 29. That's 30 on the board. So Paksh is at 73, minus 45 is 28. And yellow has a big city, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 at the bottom. 3 for the curve, that's 13. 9 for the field, that's 22. 6 for the big field, that's 28. That's the point difference that is there. And then he still has the 6-point field. So I think he's 6 points ahead.
Well, actually, then his position isn't great because Paksh has a meeple. And there are some pretty easy ways to score up to 6 points. And also, Paksh is threatening a curve. Like, Paksh has an easy 5-point move here to finish a monastery and start a new road. So
True.
actually, Glavier's position is pretty miserable. I think we need to... Yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense, although ouchie, ouchie.
It's also prolonging the big road. Yeah,
Yep.
that one.
Exactly that. But hey, it was worth a try. I think his idea was that he wanted to block that monastery. Maybe this is what he had to do. Now we're equal completely because Paksh just scored 6 points, 1 for the road, 1 for the monastery, 5 for the road, and Paksh has an extra meeple.
Yes.
So what do you even do? You need to get quick points somehow, and a lot in this game is going to depend on whether the city cap is still alive. You know, I remember we were running short on daggers, but yeah, actually, I think this city cap might not be alive at all. No, starting tile. Yes, starting tile, no?
Yes, starting tile, but starting tile also means that Paksh can still try to invade from the bottom, the field.
But it's a good thing for us. Because if Paksh invades from the bottom, which means that they've invested a 0-point farmer, not something
True.
that they want to do.
True. Not at this stage with this point difference, exactly.
There's also a splitter remaining, which can be quite interesting. So it's a way to get a couple more city caps in your field. But now that I think of this, there are no green squares in the field. Now, Glavier might want to get himself one by maybe going over here. So if you just add the straight line at the bottom, you accomplish 2 objectives. First of all, you eliminate a field attacking platform, which you mentioned from below, Raf. And second, there we go, green square where we can drop a splitter. Then we can get a vanilla city cap, and then we can score 7 points that way, and then we just hope that our opponent does not invade the field. Maybe something like that.
Yes, and even if you get the remaining crossroad, one of the 2, you can take a 4-point road if you need to.
Yeah, the
while
crossroads
finishing your own loop. But of course, that also gives a meeple back to red, so that's maybe not a good move.
But if that happens late enough in the game, then the extra meeple might be surplus.
True.
So yeah, I certainly will be exploring options like this. So I think Glavier's path to victory lies through the extension on the field. He should be 2 points exactly behind at the moment. And instead, he's really focused on eliminating invasion platforms.
As Paksh, I think you just take a 3-point road.
Yeah, that's one option. You can also get yourself a meeple back, which might be not worth it at this point because 2 meeples are more than enough to finish the game. Or you could take 2 points on the left and try to eliminate a farming option. But then I'm not sure why you do that because you're the side of the meeples and actually having this farm as an option benefits you, probably. Yeah, he does take the 3 points.
Yeah, it's all... Taking 2 points at the top also creates new opportunities to farm. With the curve, for example. But yeah, okay, you can do this, but I think it's okay.
It's actually possible for Glavier to do this, so he can invade the fields, of course, at the top with 2 meeples. Yeah, maybe that's his way. Because he can score... Well, that's a way to just get 18 points, because first you get 9 and then you take away from Paksh. Yeah. And he just needs to figure out which farmer to connect first. So the left one appears to be more intuitive, but is there any reason?
It's not 18 points, right? It's from +3 to... Or, yeah, from +3 to +9, so it's only a 6-point move if you connect all fields. No?
Oh, actually, yeah, that's true. Oh, yeah, wait, you don't even have to really connect. Yeah, that's true. And Paksh gets the other crossroads. I think this has to be the nail in the coffin of Portuguese hopes here.
I think so. Oh, you have to be careful with the city cap. Although...
You probably have to be the opposite of careful at this score. Yeah, Paksh will solve this endgame pretty easily. He just blocks off the city cap. Ooh.
Yeah, that's accurate.
So Glavier needs to set up another one. There's still a vanilla, right? So he can get 3 points. Or he can just add a point to his ruin, but I wouldn't see the points in that. So he's going to get his vanilla city cap. Paksh is going to get a 5-point ruin. And 3 points for Glavier indeed are scored for either of the finished city caps. So a 12-point field in the north and 9-point field and 12-point field in the south, 24 points on the field. But monasteries, roads, long-term meeple advantage should really make it not enough.
I would think so too. Yeah, that final city cap, vanilla city cap at the bottom, 3 points extra for Glavier. It will be very close.
So 25 is a difference at the moment, and Glavier has 24. No! You gotta be kidding me, a 1-point loss? Paksh with just razor-like precision manages to deliver here, and I think that's really the move that did this for Paksh was this block, no?
I don't know, because Glavier would have taken 4 points anyway with the current tile draw. So he could, for example, with that curve, close this road or for 2 points, or take another 3-point road.
Yeah, but then Glavier would have scored 6 instead of 3, no? Because he would have used the splitter to first of all take this city cap.
And pointed to the right. Yeah, okay.
And then another one.
Correct.
Actually, I think then Paksh might have won by a draw, because let's think about this. So Paksh could have scored 3 instead of 1, so that's 2 extra. And Glavier could have scored 6 instead of 3, so that's 3 extra. So Paksh sacrificed 2 points to win 3, which makes sense, but then the game would end 91-91, and Paksh would win because Glavier was the starting player.
Yes. Wow.
Or not necessarily. Oh, check this out. Because imagine if the tiles are reversed. So let's say Glavier gets the splitter first to get the 3 points. And then Paksh gets the splitter. And then with the splitter, Paksh can only score a 4-point ruin instead of a 5-point ruin. But with the Dorito, Glavier can still score the same 3 points here at the top by extending his city.
Yeah.
And in that case, Paksh would have lost by 1 point.
True.
So what kind of a sick find is this? Like, isn't that like, I think that's like the only winning move. The only 100% winning move. Yeah, so in that sense, kind of like really well deserved from the Thai player. Any other comment, Raf, before we move on to that other duels? Because I feel like this position just warrants a lot of deep dives.
Yes, those were very interesting games. I'm certainly glad we picked them.
But I want to also address my earlier point about over here. Like this also, obviously, it was a bit fortunate for Paksh to draw both of these horse tiles, but it is a bit misleading to think about this as an isolated incident. Because if you think of probabilities, if you start an invasion like this, you got to think about the probability that you're going to ultimately complete your city. So then first of all, you're going to hope for a chance that you're not going to get blocked. I'm not sure about this. Let's say it's 50-50. And then after you protect your square, well, presumably the best case scenario is that you have that 75% chance of drawing both of those tiles. But like, if you times all those things together and you get something that is significantly below 50%. So I'm not saying necessarily that this is a losing move in the long run, but just in the nature of this position, giving up your meeple advantage for something that is quite ephemeral at the moment seems to be something that just doesn't work very often from experience. This is not to say I didn't enjoy watching the consent move.
Yeah, good point. But on the other hand, Glavier also got extra points from the loop on the top right of that city by defending it. 2 + 4, that's also 6 extra points. Of course,
the 2 doesn't count. Two he would have gotten either way. Just the 4 counts. Just the 4 counts.
Okay.
Because the 2 would have happened either way because of the crossroads. But you know what, Raf? I think you have a great point, because remember how just by creating this threat, yeah, actually, I think I have to sort of take my words back at least partially, because just by creating this threat, it forced Paksh into spending the city tile over here.
True.
Instead of going over here limiting the monastery spot, which allowed Glavier to draw the evil hamster.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Just keeping the position diverse and having all kinds of threats, all kind of possibilities to win. Yeah, that actually looks kind of neat. Anyway, congratulations to Paksh and Team Taiwan for getting that extra point. Oh, João is saying already congrats to Thailand. So did Thailand win again? Because I wasn't monitoring the score at all. And yeah, that wasn't decided for the entire match, apparently.
Okay.
So on table 5, Deism lost to Gun 07. On table 3, the 2020 Mind Sports Olympiad gold medalist Ricardo Araújo with the screen name Sporter lost to Nat Pira. And on tables 1 and 2, João Licino did barely manage to squeeze in wins against Idinidad and Pimika. So yeah, what a match. So Thailand takes this down. And we can look at the tournament situation maybe a little bit. So Thailand has won 3 out of 3 so far. I'm not sure if I think you should still see my screen, Raf, right? Is that the case? Do you see some groups?
Yes.
So Thailand's now on 3 out of 3. They are surpassing even Ukraine. They're the only team to have won all their matches so far. And I would expect that they just simply is going to be the favorite against every other team as well. They're still yet to play Mexico and Romania. Portugal now on 1 out of 3 is still staying in 5th place because their tiebreaker is worse than Mexico's. And yeah, tough life for the Iberians. But a very simple route forward. They win their other 2 matches and they probably qualify. Is that enough tournament table stuff? Shall we move on to the next match, Raf?
That's okay for me.
So the next match is happening right now. That's between Germany and Uruguay. Has started like half an hour ago or something. Let me just see what the lineups are. So, as you are a special guest, I'm going to give you some options. So on table 1, we have the highest rated, I think either expert or close to expert, Uruguay Mendeleev playing against Germany's Ice Maze. And note that Ice Maze is a very fast player, so it could take not a lot of time. Then on table 2, the Alchemist, also one of the highest rated players on Uruguay, is playing against 4-time world champion Ralf Kvefoot with a screen name Navarre. On table 3, Medusa Hope, who has the highest peak rating amongst all the German players lined up today with over 810 in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, is playing against a player with whom I'm not familiar with Porus V. Table 4, BDDL, with whom I'm not familiar with, playing against the German language streamer and YouTuber Crisper with the screen name Meeple Wizard. And on table 5, Cole Strautmann, who I think is the captain this year. I always keep forgetting who is the captain in Germany because it changes every year. Is playing against Fuchin 86. Any preferences between those, Raf?
I would like to see the Alchemist against the Wizard, but that's not possible. Yeah. Picking the second one is great, I think. I want to see Navari, how he's doing.
Well, he did win the first one quite convincingly. But the Alchemist has decently rated like 435, which means that they probably have been an expert. And here, in this position, which I hope you see on your screen, he's ahead 2 points on the scoreboard against the 4-time world champion. So are we about to see an upset?
But there is a 15-point field that will be for red.
Yeah,
but also a 6-point city and a 6-point monastery, so it will be very close.
And the road, don't forget the road.
Oh, the road indeed.
And actually, this can get even a meeple back. The only question is, does the Alchemist, is he high rated enough to know about fieldless win conditions? And he does indeed forego the chance to attack the last farm, but he drops his last meeple on a 6-point farm, presumably hoping to get his road or his monastery meeple back at some point, which I'm not even sure is even doable.
No, I don't like that move.
But I can understand this move because it feels like, well, I gotta do something. I can't just... But maybe the something was just taking 1 point over here. Because now what? Imagine if he had only just gone over here. Then he would have scored 4 points, preserving himself the meeple. But now wait a second, the Alchemist, he has options. You can go here, you can protect the square. Instead, he just takes points. Navarre is going to score big time here. 5 points for this road looks like a monstrosity. And with 5 minutes on the clock, surely the world champion has enough to figure this out. Or just get a meeple back here and then simply equalize this field later. Oh, sorry, Joao. I keep calling Thailand Taiwan. Actually, fun fact, Thailand and Taiwan are like counterintuitively far away from each other for Europeans. I think because all the maps use the Mercator projection, we kind of think that places close to the equator are smaller than they are, but Thailand is like much bigger than it looks on the map. And I think it's like a 6-hour flight or something crazy like this, or a 5-hour flight between Thailand and Taiwan. And yet I keep misspeaking all the time. So yeah, Navarre is scoring quick points, and Alchemist is struggling without meeples. That's kind of sums up the position here. So I will just update the scoreboard. In the meantime, Raf, feel free to make recommendations for the German how to use this straight line.
I'm afraid it will be very difficult for Black to win here. I think, if I counted correctly, that the score is equal, or maybe 1 or 2 points difference. But with 8 tiles to go, Navarre has 2 meeples in hand. He can easily score 3, 4, maybe even 10 points. I would not try to give Black meeple back somehow. So it's tempting to take a 4-point road and to connect the fields at the right, but It's a +6 point move. But it also maybe gives black a chance to get a meeple back. I didn't count all the remaining tiles. Maybe I should have. No, still a big city tile with the roads is left. So I don't think you do that. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Also, if black draws one of the remaining straight lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, only one is left. He has to choose. Do I go for prolonging my road at the left, or do I try to take my monastery meeple back? He probably will put it left. Yeah, and Navarre indeed tried to overtake the field, bottom right, and will win the game. He also took 4 points for the city in the meanwhile, and now 5 points for another city.
Yep, just everything how we predicted, and and you said already instantly with that farmer that you didn't like that move, and this farmer ended up basically scoring 0 points because you got equalized, and this is why you gotta stay patient
Exactly.
with your last meeple.
Yeah, you could even drop your farmer there, your tile there, but don't do anything, and then hope that you get one or two city caps and maybe even meeple the field afterwards, or try to bait your opponent, or take one city cap, make a 9-point field, and bait your opponent into taking 9-point field and do the same thing as your opponent did to you, namely invade that field. But in that case, you would have 4 points extra, and you would have won the game, because it's only a 3-point difference in the end.
Yeah, it's like you just take quick points anywhere, you win the game. That's as simple as that.
Yeah.
So there was actually a decent position for black with a lot of volatility, a lot of quick point tiles, which black did end up drawing. But sadly, last meeple. So instructive game. Basically just the old mantra of keeping a meeple in hand, being patient, and yes, unfortunate for the alchemist, they learned that lesson the hard way. Still, only 3-point difference against a 4-time world champion, not something to be ashamed at all. So who do you want to watch next? So far on other tables, the Germans have won just one game. Navarre is the first one to give them to deliver a point. On table 1, we have the decider between Mendeleev and Ice Maze.
Yeah, I like that. I wanted to suggest that too. So.
Oh, lovely. So it's gonna last like 2 minutes, but hey, it's gonna be 2 minutes well spent. Wait. Now I just need to find Ice Maze. So the first game, the first game was won convincingly. The second game, Mendeleev won by 3 points. And these one, they started just 3 minutes ago. So and of course in 3 minutes ago, in 3 minutes they placed 20 tile. So that's classic Ice Maze. And man, what an interesting position. A bunch of blocked meeples. Ice Maze has 0 meeples in hand, but it is in fact Mendeleev. Despite having 3 meeples in hand and 8 points on the scoreboard, he has already 2 meeples permanently trapped, whereas Ice Maze has only 1 meeple permanently trapped. This road, which was vulnerable, it was successfully protected. Mendeleev gets himself 1 meeple back, so at the moment it's 4-0, but Ice Maze can still get meeples back from either place. He's going to finish the city cap.
Yeah, should he finish this one? Yeah, at the bottom right. You don't want to split at the top.
Yeah, because that's some quick way to lose the game. But initially, I also I forgot that there was the city at the bottom, and I wanted to go to the top here. But finally, 4 points on the German scoreboard. Mendeleev just making this actually quite sneaky move. It scores 0 points, but it makes it harder for Ice Maze to continue his monastery, and maybe in a very close position. The fact that this square is not gonna get filled, it's gonna give Ice Maze 1 less point in total, and 1 point could make a difference.
Yeah, but slight inaccuracy, I think, from yellow with the splitter. If you point it the other way around, your opponent cannot make that move.
Exactly. And also, with the move in the game, why I agree with you that it is an inaccuracy, Mendeleev, with a big tile, could take advantage of that city cap for his ruin. Not something that you want to happen.
Yes.
And this is fun. How is Ice Maze without meeples? And Mendeleev very smartly attacked that city, and now he's going to attack some more. Actually, yeah, what do you attack here? Okay, that I think is a bit extra. Starting a new city whilst also permanently blocking that one little square next to Ice Maze's monastery. Also, drawing, wait a second. He's drawing a lot of outs for Yellow City in the middle. So this here guy is waiting for a splitter or an extender, but now there's only one of each remaining, so 2 tiles only. If a splitter is drawn, it's going to really score a lot, so 6 points here, then some points here. But it's going to be some time before that happens. Ice Maze unifies the city, and now Mendeleev has a chance to strike hard. There's only one move in this position, and this is to attack that shared city. But the fact that the Uruguayan is thinking about this makes me alarmed, but I should not have been alarmed. The invasion is pretty painful. All that Ice Maze can do is just simply keep scoring a little bit. Oh, also, the last dagger. These are some horrible draws for the German, because now this square is blocked. There are no more daggers remaining. All 3 were drawn by Mendeleev. Well, actually, no, 2 of them were drawn by Mendeleev, and now an extender drawn by Mendeleev. Oh, lordy.
Yeah, that's really bad luck. This is painful.
And he's now trying to block harder. Now Mendeleev is also going to win a ruin for like 11 points, and there's also a chance to finish. Well, finally, a meeple back for Matthias. That's 6 points. Something to play with. Yeah, but he really desperately needs that last
splitter.
Yeah. For the center here. I mean, the splitter was going to score really a lot. So 6 for the city, 4 for this city, meeple back in hand, and 2 extra cities for this field by Ice Maze. But if not, then he's toast. He might be toast regardless. Anyway, but these games are always fun to watch. As I've said before, it's always more interesting when the higher rated player gets the worse tiles. So, Germany with a Dorito. And a question. Raf, do you sacrifice 1 point here and finish the shared city at the bottom just to mitigate the temporary meeple disadvantage that you have and get a second meeple so that you can, maybe fight for the city at the top or just do something else?
I would do it, yes.
And I have to agree here. And even though it gives back a 9-point field, which immediately is going to be claimed, though with a slight mistake, it's a self-restriction. Yeah, just drastic times require drastic measures. +10 only on the scoreboard so far, but 9 points for the farmer and a gazillion points for the ruin at the top. Mendeleev makes it harder to invade that ruin at the top, and Ice Maze can now score a little bit. Getting 2 points, adding more green squares to his field, and also pre-building a 6-point road in the future.
Yes, I like it. He has to score aggressively.
Yeah, so this is, you want to have volatility here. It's much better than scoring 2 points over here or over here at the bottom. 6-point monastery for Mendeleev, I was going to say, should not have chickened out. Should not have chickened out. Because now that UTC finishes the city, he gets all those points that we're talking about. And for the first time ever, he's ahead on the scoreboard. Mendeleev.
And ahead with the meeple count.
Ahead with the meeple count. Yeah, how does that happen? Mendeleev with a splitter tile, probably looking to score 4 points here, because he needs to calculate that it's actually not possible to finish the city in one move. There are no extender for splitters left. There's still 2 cow tiles, 1 cow tile, no, 0 cow tiles that go over here, so this square is completely blocked. So taking the points here is pretty safe. It's also exposed as a platform for attacking this field. An alternative is just to go here at the bottom for a 6-point counter field. Instead, he goes for, I think he's going for the city completion. I think he wants to drive his point home.
Interesting.
I mean, that's the constant move. I kind of like it. And Dorito Tal, it's going to go. Do it. It might not be the best move, but do it. Ooh. And Ice Mace can do nothing about it. A crossroads, the best he can do is 2 points and just hope and pray that Mendeleev doesn't have a city cap. And I'm sorry, German fans, but the morbid curiosity in me just cannot. You know how hard I'm hoping for a city cap, and we get it. We get the city cap. We get a gazillion points. We get like 40 points or something for the city, and a farmer to equalize the farm. Oh, this has to hurt so hard. I'm sorry, Ice Mace, but this is so much fun.
Wow, indeed. With the previous move, you were mentioning 2 points is the best he can do, but I would thought about a field invasion there at the bottom. That way he would invade the field now, also get 3 points in the process, and also if red finishes the city at the top, he would get 1 meeple back from it too.
Yeah.
So I think it's
So actually, yeah, maybe there was a way for Ice Mace to still win this game.
Because also now he creates an extra attacking platform at the right.
Oh, that's a great point. It's very easy for Ice Mace to get here, like go here with a road Dorito or something, and then the curvy tile to connect. And he now just tries to develop the field, but he's gonna get blocked pretty quickly. Curvy tile for Mendeleev connects to the field, but Ice Mace, of course, is going to finish the city and drop a farmer.
Yeah, okay, of course.
Yeah. Blocking the invasion still. Ice Mace gotta try. He gotta invade here. Oh, you didn't see. Oh man, no. That's tilting. That's not the best move. That's not the best move at all. There are so many moves. You can go here for an invasion, or better off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, still 2 curves remaining. So why not go over here on the right and drop a farmer like this, and then try to connect through the curve all the way? I missed tactic.
But also 2 crossroads remaining. So
yes, but also desperation.
True.
So,
and also 2 road monasteries.
Oh yeah, that would be one way. So we can go for a road monastery here for 6 points, and then we can drop a farmer here. We can go here with the curve and take 6 points for a road. That's something. Not enough, but something.
Ooh, difficult position. Wow, great move, I think.
Yeah, this is so annoying, actually. Well, because now Ice Mace cannot use a curve, but yeah, he's now trying to invade the field.
Yeah. Even if he uses a crossroad, there are still 2 of those guys left.
2 road monasteries to invade still. This is incredible annoyment. Now, Ice Mace is still trying to invade the field. But he's doing so in a slightly inefficient manner. Mendeleev can just do anything. Score 2 points, maybe.
Two curves left. And one straight line, if I didn't miscount.
I trust your counting.
No, I don't.
Well, one of the straight lines is off screen a little bit. Let me just move it, but it is the 7th.
I would place that monastery on top of the yellow meeple at the loop at the right, with the road to the right. If yellow finishes the road with a crossroad, red can still invade the field with the curve.
Red can field.
Or you can do that. No?
Well, red does invade the field again.
Okay.
Crossroads for Ice Maze. That's
But
something.
still monastery left, I think.
Yeah, and but he now needs to just draw the road monastery that I think should do at least something for him. Curvy tile for Mendeleev, who is currently equal on the field. But you see, if UTC gets the monastery, the road monastery, as his last tile, then he can get a third meeple in pretty easily. Pretty easily. So, for example,
Good move
right
by
now.
red. Great move.
Yup, trying to preserve the chances of drawing the road monastery. And again, for Ice Maze, it's almost anywhere, but he now needs to think about the last 2 remaining tiles. So we know that it's the road monastery and something else. And he needs to hope for the road monastery. And the plan is that we do something like this, maybe, as long as we make sure that it's unblockable, so that we can later, maybe like something like this. If there is, for example, a city tile, I'm not sure what is. Wait, did you say there was a straight line?
Yeah, but I have to recount.
Oh, no. The
5,
straight line was drawn. The straight line was drawn here by Ice Maze.
6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, but imagine if we can safely make a move like this, because we not only want to invade the field with the road monastery, but we also want to meeple the road monastery on the last tile. And so we want to find an invasion that, first of all, is unblockable with whichever the other tile is remaining. And second, the one which under these conditions would give us the greatest number of points possible for the monastery itself. So the best thing that I can possibly see is, so the field's 15. So we can have that, right? Plus this. And this is what Ice Maze is going for. The road monastery is still drawn by Mendeleev.
Ooh.
But I want to find out, would Ice Maze have actually won? And it might have been the case. It might have actually been the case. So let's see. Math time. So he would have scored 6 less for this field, but he would have scored 7 more for the monastery. Then he would have not lost this field and won. The field was 15 points with a 30-point swing. So 31 points extra. 31 points extra is what Ice Maze would have had. Is the difference greater than 31 points or not? And yes, it is. Yes, it is. So Ice Maze would not have won, sadly. Still, respectable try. You gotta, some people give up, but it was a very, very solid try. And if you were to draw the road monastery, he would have lost by 4 points, according to my calculations, which may be imprecise, but something around that range. So congratulations to Mendeleev for bringing an important dual point to Uruguay. And by defeating a really, really strong player at that. Do you know if we have games left still? And yes, we do.
Okay.
So Germany has still not won the match yet. It's like Uruguay could still technically win this if they win on table 3 and 4. Medusa Hope and Meeple Wizard are both playing deciders. So, do we go for the fellow YouTuber or do we go for the highest rated player in Germany?
You can choose.
Let's go for Meeple Wizard.
Sure. You still hear me, right?
Yes, 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 yes.
Okay, great. Because I got a message that my mic isn't working, but...
No. I mean, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Meeple Wizard. Playing against BDDL. I'm not exactly sure who that is. So just to have a look real quick. Come on, Board Game Arena, be quicker.
13,000 games.
Yeah. And 2 of them were against this Uruguayan player. But come on, man, I want to see the results. Oh, wow, BDDL won 73 against 44.
Wow. Okay.
Could be a bit demoralizing. So let's see how this one's going. This one started 17 minutes ago, so they have only a couple minutes remaining. The Endgame BDDL is 10 points ahead on the scoreboard and has extra meeples. What is happening? What is happening here? Well,
huge field for BDDL. 12 points.
Wait, and the field is for BBDL too?
Yes, and not a lot of compensation for yellow. Let's go. Oh, but one city, is it still finishable?
I think there's multiple cities which might be finishable. So,
one splitter tile.
Yes, similar configuration as last game, right? So there's this here tile, which also means that BBDL he's gonna need to meeple this. Like, do you go just here? Do you just meeple this right now, or do you just score points? Because if a splitter tile is drawn, which still exists, then Meeple Wizard's gonna get 9 field points, and we're gonna anticipate those field points.
Yeah, good point.
Still, he rolls the dice, he just plays the scoring move, and Meeple Wizard gets the farmer. He's gonna finish another city. But which farmer is he gonna go for? Is he gonna go for the top farm, trying to meeple the bottom farm a little bit later? I mean, this tile is definitely going here to get him 8 points. He goes for the main farm.
Yeah, and also the road monster is still left.
Oh, that's true, but now it's BBDL. We have to go here, right? We have to anticipate this guy. Because we can't give 12 points to our opponent. Or do we just hope that we win the coin flip and we go here for 6 points immediately? Oh no, we're both messing up. We're both. There's nothing there. No splitter.
Okay.
Both meeples are trapped.
Sorry, that's why. Yeah, I'm not. Wait, where is the third one then?
Very close. Very typical. 2 tiles. Like, it's within the city itself, just in a different place. Right in the center. Well, anyway. Yeah,
Doesn't matter. I still. Oh yeah, okay. I missed the one at top right for some reason.
Okay. Now BDDL's moves make much more sense.
Yes.
And in fact, it looks like Uruguay has a chance at this match against like a team of ridiculous strength. I mean, we take the 6-point field, right? It's the highest scoring move. We have 4 minutes on the clock. Certainly.
I don't know. There's still one city cap with the crossroad, no?
Maybe.
And if no?
No.
Oh, okay. I missed one again. That's why I'm not good at tile counting. Okay. I'm sorry.
No worries. But you know what Meeple Wizard can do? You mentioned there's Road Monastery, and this one we both sure. He can set it up. But if he sets up, he gives back a 9-point field easily. Or he could block it instead and take a 9-point field himself.
Yes, I like that. I liked it a lot.
Yeah. And then just try to, do something. I mean, it is a lot of points. And he has a road, and he has these cities here. Like, these cities are worth 8 points. It's not nothing. The road is also 7, so that's like 15. This monastery is also 7. And if Meeple Wizard goes here, he's going to have 15 points for farms, 6 for the bottom, and 9 for the top.
I think blue is 1 point ahead.
Only 1, wow. But he also won Meeple ahead as well.
Yeah, but if you take a 9-point field, yellow is 10 points ahead.
8, you mean? No?
1 plus 9. I think yellow is 1 point ahead.
Oh, you said yellow is now 1 point ahead.
I think so. Did I say blue?
You said blue, yeah.
Okay.
Or at least I heard blue.
It's good. I don't remember what it is. So, okay. But indeed, you have to count the city caps here. If blue can still finish the city at the bottom, it's very dangerous for yellow, of course. He's making sure to count the remaining tiles.
I see no city caps. Wait, starting tiles. Oh, there's a starting tile. Ouchie, ouchie. It's a starting tile available. But
There's
still,
no Dorito, so I would block city at the bottom.
But can you afford that? That's the question. Because then, if you do that, then whatever happens, BDDL is just gonna go on that field at the top. So it seems to me that maybe a way to win this is just take that 9-point field and simply hope that BDDL doesn't draw the city cap. Because I think that he might be able to outrun the monastery, and this is exactly what he's counting on. And this is like the worst possible tile for BDDL. It's just 4 points, but yeah.
You can block the roads, top left.
That would make sense. Oh, wait, I just realized Uruguay has a player rated over 600. A monastery for Meeple Wizard, so he dodges the best tile. And now again, a tricky decision. So he should be 6 points ahead. Does he take 1 point for his monastery, or does he block the city completion for BDDL?
Ooh.
Because there should be a starting tile remaining as the only city cap. So if he takes 1 point, he's 7, and he blocks it successfully. Can BDL make 6 points? And yes, he can. No, he can't. No, he can't. Oh man, this is gonna lose this. And also, by the way, we're trusting your point counting, so that's...
I would not trust that. I would not trust it. Let me count again.
Man, what an amazing endgame for Chris. And that was super, super precise, because you see, like, if yellow goes for just 1 point over here, then this move is going to score 11 for BDDL at the very, well, or at least 8, giving him at least a 1 point win. But now the best that he can do is go here, which is actually only 4 points.
I think he has to make it a 6 point move.
And there are no 6 point moves, there are only 4 point moves. What a swindle here from Chris.
Wow.
And also the thing is, like, in order to win, I guess Chris also needed to dodge. Yeah, here comes the 4 point move. So he finishes an 8 point city. So he turns a 3 point city into an 8 point city. That's +5. He also gets a road for 2 points. That's +7, but -4 points. -3 points for contributing to his opponent's farm. And also Chris gets 1 extra for his monastery, so should be 3 points win for Meeple Wizard?
I guess so.
Unbelievable.
Wow, indeed. That was a very interesting endgame.
Yeah.
And also, if BDDL draws any other tile, I think, except from the full city tile.
Yep. He wins.
Yes.
So that was a 1 in 3 chance for... Actually, no. I think it was like 1 in 6 chance. Because if the tiles are reversed, for example, if Meeple Wizard gets not the Road Monastery, but gets the starting tile, then BDDL gets the monastery as his last tile, and he can use it for 7. Yeah.
Exactly.
So it was a 1 in 6 chance for Chris.
Wow.
And yet, in his on his profile page, on Board Game Arena, he has this, says that unluckiest player alive. See, he now has to delete that. I mean, but then all props to him. It's really not just luck. It was very difficult to find that endgame move, figuring out that this was really the only path to victory. And it also comes back to Blue. Blue had a fantastic position, but this move, I think Blue had underestimated the urgency of that top field there. And I can understand Blue's move as well, just because it's such a big threat, but it's really only setting up 1 extra tile, because Blue already had 1 city cap available for this here.
Exactly.
And then by making this move, what you're really saying is that you're going to finish this city with the 1 remaining vanilla city cap tile, so there's only 1 of those remaining. And you can make the same move with just way less risk. So if you go here and take 6 points for the field, first of all, it's 6 points instead of 3, immediately it's 3 points more. And second, you're setting up loads of tiles. So first of all, you still have your setup for this city cap, and you still have a city setup for the vanilla city cap for 7 points over here. If you are to draw it, you can complete the city. And of course, for the Road Monastery, you don't need a particular setup because it just goes anywhere. And then you have not 2, but 3 crucial tiles that your opponent has to draw, and they really can't do all that much. So yeah. So Chris managed to swindle this one. Absolutely incredible endgame. And man, Uruguay was so close to an upset. So close. One day is gonna happen.
That's what they told me as well.
Yeah, let me just see how that final game ended. Well, Medusa Hope won against Porous V in any case. Still, that's really more decent performance for Uruguay. Winning against a top master on table 1, and then really making it close on 2 more tables. So there's going to be a time. There's going to be a time when Uruguay is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Alrighty, this concludes the just Carcassonne commenting part of our stream, and we're going to be breaking soon. There's going to be one more game, one more match. Brazil versus France. It should be incredibly exciting, and that is going to happen in around 110 minutes. So it's not going to be in this stream, there's going to be a different stream. Before we wrap up, though, just wanted to talk to you, Raf, a little bit, and to all of y'all viewers who are interested. Raf just recently won the Belgian National Championship, so you can ask him anything Carcassonne related to that topic. But if you could just please briefly tell me about your experience. First of all, how many games did you win? How did you lose? How was the final? And are you planning to go to Germany to the World Championship? If everything's okay, so please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, sure. Maybe you can show my profile, because if you show that, you will
Yes.
notice that I have a lot of second places, third places, fourth places. But now for the first time, I also have first place. I'm always.
Okay, now I
Um,
lost you.
you lost me?
No, no, all good, all good. Just temporarily. All good, all good.
Okay. Um, yeah, that's why I didn't have any expectations for this one. And really, I mean that. I was not even hoping for top 8. I was not hoping anything. I just taught myself to enjoy playing, hoping that would lower my stress levels. And that mindset actually worked, because I had a lot less stress in the first rounds. Um, I went I had 5 out of 6 in the first rounds, and my only loss was against Karl Verheijden. That's 71 knives. Um, Previous champion of, I think, from 2023 it is. Um, but also I had, yeah, a little bit of luck. Sometimes you need it to become a champion. I won, I think, 3 out of 9 games with only 1 point. And because I was 5 out of 6 games, I went to top 8. And then it's just a tennis table. You go from 8 to 4 to 2 to 1. And if you see the ranking of the first 14 players, you will recognize almost all of them, except my opponent in the quarterfinals. That was a new name. And that one, he told me before the game started, I don't know any tiles. I play on feeling. I don't know how I become top 8. So you're easy going to win. And when someone says that to me, I'm like, okay, chill. You're not going to win easily. But he kept on making mistake after mistake. But also he threw really good tiles. And I was thinking, oh, come on, man, not like this. I'm playing a really decent tournament. Now I'm playing a player I should win against. But yeah, I saw my world collapse, and my dream to get top 4. But somehow I also won that one with only 1 point. And that was even my most stressful moment of the World Tournament. It was not the finals, because again, I have no expectations. I don't mind to lose against very good players. But when I have the feeling like, okay, I have to win this one because I feel like I'm better, then I'm a little bit stressed. So when I won that one, I was top 4 together with, yeah, you are showing it now. Let me see it too. Leclerc, that's a new Belgium team member. He played against Krishna a few days ago. I was in third place with 5 out of 6. And Nico Verlinden, that's Speler Nico, also a player that we, yeah, that plays a lot of games online, and also in the Belgian championships online. He scores quite well. So a little bit unexpected, but he played very well, and he definitely deserved top 4. But you can also notice number 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's all Belgium team members. For example, yeah, Wolf Nuts, Sicarius Lupus, but also Gina Gina, 71 Knives, N2XU, oh, Nico Wellemans, NW, and Nice Dicer. So very tough competition. For the first time, it was a 1 versus 1. I was very happy with that. So not with 4-player games to start with, but yeah, very, very good. Let me see, what else do I want to talk about? In
Just for context,
semifinals,
sorry, I just wanted to
yeah,
interrupt you briefly because people might not know. Like, it's also quite an important year for Belgium as well, because earlier before there used to be 4-player Carcassonne in the preliminary rounds. So in order to even get to play one-on-one, which is the standard for competitive, you had to win 4-player games, and that was a serious threshold for many strong competitive players having to adjust. And finally, they've changed that this year, right, for the first time. And
Yes. Yes, exactly. We try to change more than only that, but it goes step by step, I suppose. For example, yeah, a lot of things went better than previous year. The level was a lot higher. Okay, the participants, there were only 55 participants, I think, or 54. That's about half of the participants as last year, but the level of players, the average level definitely increased, so that's a good thing. Also, you have more control over the game when you play 1 versus 1. So that's all good, but not everything was perfect. For example, one big issue is still the tiebreak system. We tried to convince the organizer to use book halls or something standard, but they insisted to use percentage point difference. So if you have one game against a player that doesn't know the cards and doesn't know the rules, or doesn't want to play with the clock because they don't think they want to play with the clock, we all saw it, or people that complained a few, why are you blocking me? That's unsportsmanship. Yeah, players like that, you can win with 50, 60 points ahead, and someone else who doesn't play against that opponent, he will not win games with such a difference. And that will put you in the lead for the percentage scoring points. For example, if you win 60 against 40 points, you get 0.6 and the other one gets 0.4. But yeah, it's such a bad system. The reasoning for the organizer is, okay, if you are already winning, you still have to find the best moves, because if you have higher points, you will score better in the tiebreaker. But that's bullshit. Because, for example, my last tile in one game, I had the city cap and I had to choose. I had no meeples in hand. I could place it in a shared city, or I could place it anywhere else. It didn't matter. And normally it doesn't matter at all, because you win or you lose. And now I had to calculate. If I'm winning, it's better to not place it in a shared city, because that is better for the percentage of the winner. But if you're losing, you should place it there. Yeah, really like that. Or even finishing a shared city. Do you do it or not? It's totally different. And normally you try to just increase your winning percentage. But now you have to try to increase your winning percentage, but also keep in mind your scoring percentage. And you can see the difference between place 8 and 9 and 10. It's 0.01 or 0.005 or something. It's totally crazy that we are doing it like that. But for the rest, I have to say the tournament was a lot better organized than the year before, so very happy with that. What else? Yeah, of course, the final then, or the semi-final was against Joren de Ridder. Twice.
Sorry, Raf. Just before we talk about the semifinal, just wanted to comment on the system a little, because that's like very interesting. Obviously, I mean, I agree with everything that you said. Yeah, that is like using points as tiebreakers, anything related to points, and point percentages is just a bit of an extra twist from points different, but it doesn't really solve the problem necessarily. It's definitely a misunderstanding of the game for sure. And sadly, I do see that still in a couple of high-level tournaments, although in most countries they ditched that completely, or at least, like in the World Championship, they use point difference as the fourth tiebreaker or something like this.
Yeah, of course. But not after, not as the first tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. And it appears to be like the only tiebreaker, really. But so much so, I'm also going to even argue that the way this tiebreaker works, it kind of seems like it's the reverse of Buchholz. Because let's say if you do play a game against a newer player and you win again and you win with 50 points, your tiebreaker is pretty good. But then in that situation, your Buchholz will be pretty bad because you hadn't played against somebody from the top. Because that
Exactly.
player would probably go score a bit less.
Exactly. Good point.
But then
Or
you know
even
what?
if you have, like, let's say you calculate that you have about 5% winning chances, right? You have to take a massive risk to get those 5%. But if you fail, you lose by 30 points. It's maybe better to lose with only 5 points and not take the risk. You see, it's it's crazy. It's like doing chess, and if you win with 3 queens on the board instead of 1, you win more points.
It's
It's
just like,
not.
well, I mean, do you have mates in 5 or do you have mates in 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? Such a thing exists. Like, it exists in competitive Scrabble, but then it's a different game where you do sometimes still to decide, like, do you sacrifice a lot of points to give yourself a 1% winning chance, or do you just play for a spread? And then just historically, they use only the point difference as tiebreakers. And it really does change the game a lot. For example, if you have a very good tiebreaker, then it's almost like, and you can start the last round like with a handicap. For example, in Scrabble, there's also a situation, okay, I win the tournament unless I lose by 100 points. And then in Carcassonne, like, protecting your points lead across multiple games, that is really not that difficult to do for a lot of players. Well, anyway, so we definitely see there's some room for improvement. Gradually, for the most, it's changing. And at some point, I'm pretty sure y'all will manage to convince organizers with some solid arguments.
Yeah, indeed. I want to mention 2 other things. For example, normally in the Swiss system, you alternate first player, second player. Okay, you cannot do it any time for everyone, but now it was the highest score, the highest ranked player starts the game, or can decide to start the game or to become second. So the player who is in the lead, he always has to start. That's also not realistic. And a third thing is, some people met their opponent twice in the preliminaries. I cannot speak that word, but in the first rounds, playing your opponent twice, in a normal Swiss system, that cannot happen. But it was hard to avoid, apparently, in this case. So, for example, Nice Dicer played twice against Dev Dames Dompy, 2 strong players. It's not that great to have it like that, but it's still a lot better than 4-player games, of course.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that should also get like a bit of devil advocate from the chat from Elias, saying that, yeah, of course, points are a bad tiebreaker, but once you know the rules of a tournament, whether you like them or not, you sort of need to adjust your playing style. So that's the question, actually. Did you actually do that thing where you have to calculate whether or not to finish the shared city in certain situations?
I do it.
So you did. So you did.
I do it, but I'm sure that there are less than 5 people that do it. Because you have to know a little bit of math and be aware of it. And I explained my partner. She also participated, but she plays for fun, and she says, I don't care. I just do whatever I feel like I should do. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, she's not playing or aiming for top 8. I wasn't either, but it happened.
Yeah, I just wanted to also like be a bit of a devil's advocate as well. So, because if I look at the standings, so you scored not 4, but you scored 5 points. You just guaranteed yourself, fortunately, a place in the top 8, stress-free, without having to worry about tiebreakers, really. But the players from 4 points, technically, because the tiebreaker is like reversed, so the player who would have had the higher book calls is going to probably have the lower, or whatever that tiebreaker is called. So then, in that sense, it's actually worked good for you, because you were not forced to play against Gina or 71 Knives or Nico or Nice Dicer. So basically, all these tiebreakers have left some of your toughest opponents out of the
That's true.
playoffs. Yeah.
But I have to say, I have to add to that, my sixth game was against Nicolas Rousseau, ranked 8th. I won by 1 point. He was my toughest opponent of yesterday. So we will definitely hear from him more, I think. His rating is only 360 or so at VGA, but he got some lessons from Fabien Mouton, and yeah, he really played really well. I could not find any mistakes, to be honest, while in other games I could always find mistakes or inaccuracies. But Nicolas Rousseau played really well. Oh, by the way, they were announcing the top 8, and they were saying, and 8th place is for Nicolas Rousseau. And then Nicolas Victor was like, no. That was really, yeah, that was sad. Sad moment.
Right. Yeah.
And also because I won by only 1 point against Nicolas Rousseau, and I won by 10 points, then Wolf Nuts would have been top 8. It's crazy like that.
Wow. Yeah, so I get that about the tournament system. I think the last thing, could you just tell, without having too many spoilers, because I haven't seen the footage yet. So Gina said that he'd send me the video from a championship, but it's gonna take him a couple of days to get to a better connection, because it's a rather large file. So could you just tell me about the finals briefly? What happened there? How did you manage to win? And how did you manage to avoid counterproductive nervousness?
Well, the first part of the game went pretty good, I think. The final was, in my opinion, quite unique. Normally, I don't play for fields, but somehow I ended up with 3 massive farms for 12, 15 points or so, and it was really not easy for my opponent to invade. But in the second half of the game, I started to feel a bit nervous because I was thinking, okay, I'm winning this, and that is the thing I should not do, because then I still lose. It happened all the time. But this time, yeah, I was able to win it. But yeah, as my final move, I made an 8-point mistake. So I feel the guy you witnessed earlier today. The sad thing is, and really you can see it in the footage, okay, it's in Dutch, but my opponent is counting the tiles. He has 1 tile in hand, it's the last tile, and I have 1 tile in hand, also my last tile. And I know he has a straight line. And he can... No, sorry, he has 1 tile, but he has a city cap, and he cannot do anything with it, just at 1 point somewhere. I know there's 1 tile on the deck, and the only tile on the deck, and that's a straight line. And with that straight line, that will be for my opponent, he can connect 2 fields and gain 12 points with that. So with my monastery I just had to prevent it, score 3 points for the monastery, prevent the field connection, and win the game. But I was thinking, okay, what would be smart for him to do? He can invade another field from that side, but he had no meeples. So I was hallucinating that he had meeples, and he did something totally different that I expected him to do. And he said, I didn't know what the last tile was. I said, I know, it's a straight line. And then I made my blunder. It's really inexplicable to me. I took a 7-point monastery instead of blocking the field connection. So I made a minus 8-point move. But yeah, I still managed to win somehow. It was really... After playing the last tile, and people were like, no, what happened? I was like, no, did I still screw it up? But apparently I didn't. Yeah, a little bit, but not enough.
Yeah, that's actually quite interesting. So wait, let me just see if I understand this straight. So you got the tile correctly. It was actually the straight line.
Yes.
It's just you use that information in a hallucinogenic way.
I think the what I think that happened, but I'm still not sure, was I counted whatever field connection was made in the end with my 7-point monastery, and I ended up on top. That's what I did. So I was afraid that the last tile was not the straight line, because you saw it a few moments ago. Sometimes I miscount, even if I count 5-6 times. So I was thinking, okay, what would be the uh, stupid, how do you say it? The most stupid thing to lose here? That's taking a 3-point monastery, and there's no straight line left, and he somehow connects a field. So just take the 7-point monastery, maybe you lose points, but I calculated that I would win anyway in that case. But yeah, also I have to say I had only 30 seconds on the clock. That also didn't help to make a good decision.
So if you can extract some lessons here, lesson 1, board vision more important than tile counting. And lesson 2, if you are going to make mistakes, then just make sure that you have a big enough lead so that it does not matter for the outcome of the match.
Exactly. And also maybe the biggest lesson for me was have no expectations, because the previous editions I always told my parents, my colleagues, my friends, tomorrow is the big championship. I'm hoping to become this or that. And this time I didn't tell anyone, and it happened. And because I didn't tell anyone, there was no pressure from outside. People don't pressure me, but you feel the pressure because you told them, so they might expect something. And that was very helpful to me. Of course, I almost didn't eat during that tournament because I still had a little bit of stress, of course. But it was not as crazy as I thought it would be. Even at the final table, I was telling my opponent, if you win it, it's all good. Then I don't have to go to Germany. That would be way too stressful for me. I was talking like that. But of course, it would be great to see everyone in Germany. But again, I want to go without any expectations. If I end up last, there are not many people that can say they participated in a world championship. So ending last there is also not bad. So I just go there with the mindset to enjoy, to see all people that we know from in the chat, and to have a good time.
Yeah, that's almost sounds like an attitude of somebody who could just accidentally, in quotes, may as well become the next world champion.
No, no, no.
Of course, I'll
No.
be true anything. I'll do everything in my power to prevent that. But oh, well, anyway, looking forward. Anyway, congratulations again to a much anticipated and deserved win.
Thank you so much. Also, the people in the chat, thank you.
Yeah, especially after having shown the footage of so many of your second places. There we go. We finally have it.
Exactly.
Alrighty, so we'll be wrapping up now. Make sure to, first of all, meeple the like button for the algorithm. That's pretty important. And subscribe to this channel for more competitive content like this if you're here for the first time. And if you really enjoyed the video, then there's also option to support this channel monetarily through the super thanks function, which I recently enabled as well. And make sure to join in around 80 minutes for the final match of the week, France against Brazil. Raf, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.